So here we are. We have UFC 265. I'm gonna be watching some of the fights right now. Probably some female fights, like Holly Holm, Jermaine Durand.
Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, presenting the former UFC bantamweight champion, Holly, the Preacher's Daughter.
Holly's a great fighter, man. Holly's a great fighter for sure. Like
Ladies, we got over the rules in the back. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times.
watching the Jermaine Durand fight.
So now, step back.
En daar ga je dan, je eerste titelgevecht, je eerste main event.
Ja, dit is het moment. Nu moet het gebeuren.
En hoe was de voorbereiding op dit gevecht? Kijk je dan nog heel veel video van Holly Holm? Of zeg je van nou misschien een paar highlights, maar ik wil niet al te veel van haar weten?
Nou, ik heb eigenlijk heel weinig gekeken. Mijn coaches wel. Ik kijk eigenlijk nooit naar video's van mijn tegenstander. Maar Holly is voor mij een hele lastige tegenstandster. Omdat Holly is een echte countervechter. En ik hou ervan om het gevecht aan te gaan. En Holly houdt ervan om het gevecht te ontwijken. Dus we moesten wel met een gameplan komen. Zodat ik niet te agressief naar voren zou lopen. En dus het was wel van noodzaak dat zij echt goed keken naar de videobeelden van Holly.
Holly Holm, wereldkampioen boksen. Ook opgenomen in de Hall of Fame. Ook wat kickbokservaring. En jij natuurlijk heel veel Muay Thai ervaring. En je hoort bij Holly ook de stoten aankomen. Hè?
Ja, Holly maakt heel veel voorbewegingen in de lucht. En ja, ik had het gevoel tijdens deze partij dat ze niet echt wilde raken.
Dit is je 10e professionele MMA-gevecht. Dat is toch niet eens zo heel veel?
Nee, het is inderdaad niet heel veel. Maar ik heb best wel wat partijen in mijn hele carrière al gevochten. Dus dan lijkt het 10 niet zo heel veel. Maar ik ben wel al een oude rot in het vak, zeggen ze.
Holly Holm, southpaw. Heeft dat ook nog invloed?
Ja, absoluut. Hè. Je moet altijd naar de buitenkant bewegen. Dus naar Holly's voorste been moet. Ik moet naar haar rechterkant bewegen. Omdat haar linkerhand is natuurlijk haar dominante hand. Dus daar moet ik heel erg rekening mee houden. En ik moet rekening houden dat Holly enorm graag countert. En qua dat gaat is gewoon enorm scherp. Daar moet ik echt op letten en rekening mee houden. Je ziet het, ik wil heel erg jagen en ik hoor me in mijn hoek ook zeggen rustig, hou je rustig. Omdat ze weten, ik wil graag naar voren.
Je bent ook meteen de agressor hier, pak meteen het midden van de octagon.
Ja, dat is mijn stijl. Ik wil graag knokken. Dat vind ik soms jammer, dat niet alle meiden willen knokken echt.
En dat was ook het plan, hè? Marco van der Broek, ik heb je coach nog even gesproken. Ik zei van nou, vertel me nog eens even wat. Die zei ook van ja, het plan was midden van de octagon pakken, niet al te veel jagen en gewoon druk zetten.
Ja, dat is inderdaad het plan. En soms als ze inkomt, counteren met een linkerhoek, rechtse directe.
Constant ook die vervelende oblique trap van Holly uit het boekje van Mike Winkeltjon.
En ja, in mijn opinie doe je er niet heel veel schade mee. Dus, maar goed, ze scoort er toch wel iedere keer weer een puntje mee. Dat is ook wel weer zo. Je ziet, ik moet erg geduldig zijn. Ik probeer wel nog steeds de druk erop te houden.
Hoor jij je coaches nu ook nog?
Ja, absoluut. Ja? Absoluut. Ik krijg alles mee wat ze zeggen. Ik luister niet altijd, geef ik eerlijk toe. Ik ben best eigenwijs soms. Maar ik luister absoluut wel naar ze. Zij zijn mijn andere paar ogen. Hier counterde ik heel Holly goed, daar hebben we erg op gewerkt. Zoals je hoort, mijn coach steeds rustig. Omdat ze weten, ja, ik wil graag knokken.
Constant hoor je ook dat Holly haar acties wil gaan maken.
Ja, en je ziet ook hoe Holly gaat aanzetten. Je ziet het aan haar beweging, haar voorwaartse op- en neerbeweging. En dan gaat ze aanzetten. Maar goed, ze doet het heel goed. Ze timet het ook goed.
En jij hebt echt een excellent gevoel ook voor afstand, of niet? Want je beweegt in, je beweegt uit. Heb je daar dan nog even tijd voor nodig in zo'n wedstrijd om dat gevoel een beetje te krijgen? Of...
Ja, uiteraard in de eerste ronde
Tijuana that's landing the majority of the kicks, though. Doing a real good, nice job of chopping down the legs inside, outside, low kicks. Oh, wow. Kicks on the butt as well. They're going to add up. As this fight progresses, for 5 rounds, taking that many leg kicks, it's going to affect the movement and the ability of Michelle Watson to throw kicks. Yeah, you see what I mean? Those little ones just chipping away bit by bit. Ooh, that was a good attempt, though, by Michelle.
Another entry there from Watterson, unsuccessful.
Yeah, she's got to set that up. She just kind of shot from fresh air. Going to use the hand.
Maybe I'm asking her too many questions, man. Like, I'm looking for the Rose versus Michelle Watterson fight. I haven't actually seen that fight in full. Let's see, 2017. Wait a second. That was Demetrius Johnson versus Wilson Race. Rose Namajunas versus. I don't know if I can find it. Can't see that. I can't find the fight. Oh, here it is.
Fourth ranked Rose Namajunas, 24 years old. Number 6, Michelle Watterson is 31. Namajunas 2 inches taller. She weighed in at the strawweight limit, 116 pounds, 114 and a half for the karate hottie, Thug Rose, with a reach advantage of 3 inches. And now to get us started for the co-main event, here's Bruce Buffer.
Kind of figured she wasn't home.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-main event of the evening.
Oh, okay.
This fight is 3 rounds in the UFC strawweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner.
The fuck is it, parents?
Professional record, 14 wins, 4 losses.
What?
She stands 5 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 114 and 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, presenting the number 6 ranked strawweight contender in the world, the
Stop talking to her.
Karate
Stop it. I'm not just. I'm just trying to find gauges into the conversation.
out of the ring corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 6 wins, 3 losses. She stands 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 116 pounds. Fighting out of Denver, Colorado, presenting the number 4 strawweight contender in the world.
I don't think anyone heard that.
When the action begins, the referee in charge, Peterson.
Shut the combo.
Pete Peterson draws the co-main event assignment tonight.
Oh, cool.
Thank you very much, Vanessa Hansen. Thug Rose Namajunas, UFC tested, taking on number 6 Michelle Watterson. Namajunas in blue, Watterson.
Daily dose of social interaction.
Rose told me she feels like she
There's my daily dose of social interaction right there.
Have success sniping from the outside, believes she has the best jab in the division, and that she can dominate the clinch against Michelle Watterson.
Well, Dana White looking for a fight is back. The new episode available now. It's free on YouTube. Don't miss it as Dana, Matt, and Dean head to South Dakota and then to Atlantic City. Dana White looking for a fight available now on YouTube.
Beautiful side kick lands for the karate hottie.
Oh, wow.
She's able to get her down. She's got to be careful here. That's the same takedown she used against Paige Van Zandt. But Rose very sneaky in taking the back from this position. You can already see her left leg in position. She's going to try and squeeze her head out and take the back of Michelle Waterson here. Michelle has got to free her left leg. She's got to free that hip and then turn and get into side control.
She's not doing anything here.
Michelle could use her left elbow against the inside of Rose's thigh if she wants to try and break those feet or use her feet to push against them.
Waterson continuing to apply pressure. She's got control of the arm and the head of Namajunas, who now gets out.
And now she's got both hooks in. Rose is going to take her back from here. Excellent patience from Rose Namajunas.
Waterson turns with the choke here.
And she's doing a great job hand fighting now. That's the first key. Hand fight, then keep your weight towards the head of Rose Namajunas. Now got a full Nelson. This can be very, very painful. We've seen this. Aljamain Sterling's done this before. Beautiful transition there from Rose Namajunas.
Outstanding grappling from both women here, 2 minutes in. Waterson handling a champion's media load this week very graciously.
And Rose has just been quiet in the back, almost a chip on her shoulder. But she feels like her training now at 303 Training Center with Trevor Whitman. She brought in a woman who fights the same way Michelle Waterson has. Really felt like her training was spot on. She was extremely confident when I spoke to her this week.
Let's listen into the blue corner of Michelle Waterson.
Nice elbow, Michelle. It's almost there. It's almost there. She's nervous. She doesn't know how to behave there. Look at her hands now. Keep the shoulder, okay? You're going to get to her shoulder. Control the head. She cannot punch you. Very nice. If you miss the arm, control the head. Good block on her punch. Good block. You can always use the cage to get...
Barata, jiu-jitsu coach of Michelle Waterson, figured to have a heavy workload here tonight. Waterson working off of her back right in front of her corner.
And close guard, he really did. Sometimes I feel fighters close their guard up too much. And with the arm over the head, she's working to control the posture and get the referee to stand her back up at this point. I always prefer controlling posture. Work your way back up, and huge elbow there from Rose.
After a couple hammer fists,
Armbar attempt here from Michelle Waterson, easily defended. Rose postured up.
Waterson trying to use the fence to her advantage.
As she turns the corner beautifully. Rose snips it out. She's already got her elbow clear of the hips of Michelle Waterson, which means her left arm is not in danger. And now she's got her right shin across the leg of Michelle so she can pass. Great stand-up by Michelle.
And it looked like Namajunas landed a knee to Waterson's head on the way up.
And Rose did an excellent job really capitalizing, landing significant strikes and punishing her on the way up. You can see the welt under the past ever. She wouldn't win that scramble.
Eunice.
Michelle so creative with that right leg, and it's fast.
And again, Waterson back to the well, attacking that lead knee of Namajunas. Oh, big right hand for Thug Rose. Nice knee in the clinch for Waterson. Namajunas gets her down back inside the closed guard. Eunice. Oh, big right hand for Thug Rose. Nice knee in the clinch for Waterson. Namajunas gets her down back inside the closed guard. Final seconds here, round one.
Waterson was looking to set up a takedown of her own, got off balance. An excellent job by Rose to capitalize on that. Finish the first round on top.
Waterson trying to prevent that, but that's how round one ends. Round two next.
Got that. Another one. Big one. Again. Big one.
side kicks to her. Side kicks to her, all right? You in there? Okay. All right. We pile off that first round because she's on top of you the whole time, all right? All right. Stay on the snickies, but let's just keep falling off the nines. Double up the nines. Come back to the center. All right? Take a breath. Create that space. Whenever we stay talking the ball like we're doing. If her hips start getting up, get ready. She got nothing. Hips on the ground. One more breath. Hips come up. Resettle your guard position if you need to. You're doing great. Exactly. Every step to the right. Okay, come under her. Come under her. You got the door. Yeah.
Hits the hip, and that allows her to get the torque necessary to the backdoor, take her back, and land very effective ground and pound.
Round 2 underway. Namajunas in blue, Waterson in white. Two of the more conditioned strawweights in the world. Both train at altitude. Waterson in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And Namajunas in the thin air of Denver, Colorado.
That head and arm throw, very risky in MMA. And in round 1, Rose showed you why. Interesting to see if Michelle Waterson wants to engage in the clinch. She was taken down, or she actually lost position both times she engaged the takedown in round 1.
We see Waterson going back to the well with that side kick. Now goes upstairs. Mike Winklejohn felt like the side kick would be there. He was also very candid about that first round. Felt like Waterson, given the fact that she spent a lot of time off of her back, didn't win it.
And that's the right approach. You got to be honest with him. Don't try and fool him. Michelle do a nice job keeping her range, her distance, and really setting everything up off her lead leg kicks.
Nice right hand by Waterson. Oh! Namajunas with a huge head kick. Waterson recovered quickly. But a seminal moment here for Thug Rose Namajunas. Wow! For Thug Rose Namajunas. Wow!
Incredible timing by Rose Namajunas to see that opening and capitalize.
And how about the toughness? For Waterson trying to stay in this fight.
Immediately, she's going for a submission. She's eating a lot of ground and pound here, though. Rose is letting her go, letting her have it.
Namajunas on a mission, big elbows.
Michelle trying to control the posture. Excellent job by Rose Namajunas to posture up, let the hands fly. But now slowing down so she doesn't punch herself out.
We haven't seen Namajunas since last July when she went the distance with Karolina Kowalkiewicz. Big mouse above the right eyebrow of Michelle Waterson. Remarkable that kick didn't put her out. Under 3 minutes here to go in round 2. That kick didn't put her out. Under 3 minutes here to go in round 2. Plenty of time with which to work for Thug Rose Namajunas. Now has the left leg trap.
Look at that. Shin straight across, keeping her weight on the inside of the left thigh. Michelle cleared it now, but that's painful. It's an excellent position to be in MMA where you can land good, significant ground and pound. Rose sees an advantage on the ground, does not want to let Michelle up. She's going to look to take the back here and finish via rear naked choke. But it's Namajunas.
Quickly. Nice right hand by Waterson. Oh! Namajunas with a huge head kick. Waterson recovered quickly. But a seminal moment here for Thug Rose Namajunas. Wow!
Incredible timing by Rose Namajunas to see that opening and capitalize.
And how about the toughness? For Waterson trying to stay in this fight.
Immediately, she's going for a submission. She's eating a lot of ground and pound here, though. Rose is letting her go, letting her have it.
Namajunas on a mission, big elbows.
Michelle trying to control the posture. Excellent job by Rose Namajunas to posture up, let the hands fly. But now slowing down so she doesn't punch herself out.
We haven't seen Namajunas since last July when she went the distance with Karolina Kowalkiewicz. Big mouse above the right eyebrow of Michelle Waterson. Remarkable that kick didn't put her out.
Looks to complete.
She is a mixed martial artist standing 6 feet even, weighing in officially 145 3/4 pounds.
She's trying to close
close that distance, trying to get
Felicia! Green and gold, representing Australia. Big right-hand cross from Megan Anderson.
See some of that Taekwondo type kicks right there that Laura was talking about. Oh, but there's a straight right to counter it. She's trying to close that distance, trying to get in, clinch up with Megan.
For Anderson, her third UFC appearance. She split her first two, and she's thrown into the fire right away at UFC 225 in Chicago. That came against Holly Holm. So it gives you a sense of what they think of the upside of Megan Anderson. When she lost that fight, she said she learned how different it is. She said Felicia's about to learn how different it is in the UFC. I believe she's on a different level. She said, I learned against Holly. She'll learn against me.
And that's true. I mean, your first time out, a lot of people handle it really well. Some people don't. It's all over the place on how people handle their debut.
Last time out for Anderson was on New Year's weekend, UFC 232 against Kat Zingano. Won in the first round with a head kick when her toe kind of went into the eye of Kat Zingano.
Oh, nice scramble here from Felicia. Takes the back.
Megan right on the back. And trying to get the hooks in. She's got one, but
Megan's shaking her off, but she sucks her right back down with her. Felicia Spencer's got the back of Megan Anderson right now. This is where she wants to be for sure.
Well, let's go with the grip as Anderson will try to fight her off.
This is where the size advantage for Megan is nullified a little bit, right? When you're on the ground, you have your hooks in. It doesn't matter how long that leg is, as long as you have your position.
Under 3 minutes here to go in round two. Plenty of time with which to work for Namajunas. Now has the left leg trap.
Look at that, shin straight across, keeping her weight on the inside of the left thigh. Michelle cleared it now, but that's painful. It's an excellent position to be in MMA where you can land good, significant ground and pound. Rose sees an advantage on the ground, does not want to let Michelle up. She's going to look to take the back here and finish via rear naked choke.
Namajunas appears to be under the chin, not completely.
It's a hand fight now. She adjusts the grip. Now she has it.
Larson trying so hard to stay in this fight. Fight hands, there's the tap. Done! Rose Namajunas! With arguably the biggest win of her life as she stops the karate hottie, Michelle Waterson. Man, these fighters are bringing it tonight. That is a monumental victory for Rose Namajunas as she becomes an immediate title contender. Of course, Joanna Jędrzejczyk will fight Jessica Andrade next month. The winner, in all likelihood,
hetzelfde af. Hè. Daarvoor heb je ook je voorste hand die je vaak gebruikt om hem uit te stoten. Al is het alleen maar om te kijken waar ben ik. En dat gevoel heb je nodig. Je moet weten waar is je tegenstander.
En ging je er nou ook echt vanuit dat Holm het gevecht echt staand zou willen houden?
Absoluut. Holm is natuurlijk een staande vechter. Ik had Holly in een paar acties hiervoor al een paar keer gekant.
Out-grappled. Jermaine out-grappled Holly.
En je ziet dat ze hier heel erg doorschakelt naar het volgende plan. Dan maar voor de takedown gaan. Die stopte ik netjes. En ja, hier gaat ze dan proberen. Kijk, hier gaat ze nog een keer proberen om een takedown te maken.
Nope.
Ook die stop ik.
Wat een balans.
Oefening Bart Kunsten. Nou, daar hebben we heel veel op gedrild hoor. Zeker omdat ik een kickboxer ben. Ik geef er eerlijk toe, ik ben geen wereldwonder zoals sommige black belts op de grond. Ik weet mijn technieken, maar ik vind het knokken gewoon enorm leuk. Ik hou het gevecht graag staan. Dus dit kwam heel erg onverwacht. Maar goed, ik was goed voorbereid.
En dan zit die eerste ronde er al op, 5 minuten.
Ja.
Dan zie je toch dat Holm zo in de slotfase van de openingsronde toch wel wat haar plan aanpast. En inderdaad voor die clinch gaat, maar meer voor de takedown eigenlijk tegen het hekwerk aandrukt.
Ja, heel onverwachts. En dan moet je als vechter zelf ook gelijk gaan schakelen. Omdat je weet welke afstand ze nu gaat willen overbruggen. En hoe ze dat gaat willen doen. Dus je moet voorzichtiger zijn.
It's a pretty close fight. Holly's trying to be taking the pace a little bit.
En zometeen kijken we verder naar deze wedstrijd, main event, waarin Jermaine strijdt om de titel. En je hebt ook nog een nieuwtje voor ons, hè?
Ja, ik heb zeker een leuk nieuwtje.
Welkom terug bij deze speciale UFC-uitzending op Veronica. Mijn naam is Sander Schrik en ik kijk samen met Germaine de Randami terug op haar titelgevecht tegen Holly Holm. Februari 2017.
Ja, daar gaan we.
Daar gaan we weer, tweede ronde. Hey, maar je hebt ook nog een leuk nieuwtje voor ons.
Ja, ik heb een heel leuk nieuwtje.
En dat is?
Ik heb vorige week, vlak voor het weekend, vrijdag volgens mij, ja, heb ik een nieuw UFC-contract getekend voor 6 wedstrijden. Dus ik heb mijn contract verlengd.
Dus ze zijn nog lang niet van je af daar, de vrouwelijke UFC-vechters?
Nee, ze zijn nog niet van me af. Ik blijf nog even plagen.
Beginnen we aan de tweede ronde. Eerste ronde, wat mij betreft, voor jou een 10-9 ronde. Agressiever. En nu dus tweede stanza. En dat counter je mooi, hè?
Ja, moet ik eerlijk toegeven, ja, die zat er goed op. En zoals ik zeg, ik moet voorzichtig zijn. We hebben er enorm op getraind om erop te vangen. En nu helemaal, nu ik weet, hè, misschien gaat ze me voor de takedown.
Daar moet je dan ook rekening mee gaan houden.
Ja, absoluut. Absoluut. Zeker omdat ik het gevecht gewoon staand wil houden. Daar ligt mijn kracht. Dus ja, dat moet je dan natuurlijk zo goed mogelijk proberen.
Holly Holm traint bij Jackson Wink. En dit is ook een beetje de stijl van de Jackson Wink vechters, hè? Achteruit, een beetje wegbewegen.
Ja, zij vechten alleen om te winnen en niet om er een geweldig spektakel van te maken. En tuurlijk vecht ik om te winnen en tuurlijk wil ik die titel winnen. Maar ik vecht natuurlijk ook om een geweldig spektakel ervan te maken.
Heel relaxed. Even een stapje naar achteren. Marco van der Broek, je coach.
Ja, hier hebben we op getraind. Opvangen wanneer ze komt. Aan het einde van haar combinatie vangde daarop. En ja, dat is, ja, dan een coach ziet, hé, dat gaat goed. Daar hebben we aan gewerkt. Daar hebben we op getraind. En dat is wat je wil.
Hier probeert Holm weer voor een takedown te gaan.
Ja.
Drukt ze je tegen de octagon. Is Holm nou sterk of viel het je tegen?
Zonder dat ik disrespectful ben naar Holly Holm. Ik vond haar niet enorm sterk. Ze had een goede positie in de zin dat ze had haar armen gepositioneerd onder mijn lichaam. Dus ik moest gewoon voorzichtig zijn. Ik vond haar niet gigantisch sterk, maar haar stoten zijn enorm scherp. Daar moet je enorm voor oppassen, absoluut. Absoluut.
Said she has good technique. She's not as strong as I thought she was.
Maar heb jij dan ook dat je zit dan midden in die wedstrijd en je ziet dat Holm, echt een striker, dat ze toch andere dingen gaat doen?
The fact that you see that Holm is such a striker and she's willing to try to go for the takedown.
Heel grappig en ik bedoel het.
She said, the commentator, he asked Jermaine the Randomy, are you surprised that Holly Holm, being such a good striker, she was willing to go to the, she had to go to the grappling in this fight? And then Jermaine,
Niet arrogant naar niemand toe, maar ik heb vaker gehoord dat meisjes zeiden, nee, ik ga echt knokken met Shimane. En allemaal gaan ze voor de takedown. Allemaal gaan ze voor de takedown.
Dan krijg je die eerste low kick en die...
Holly really needs this takedown. Jermaine's telling us, oh, Holly's so heavy on the takedown. He's asking her as well, was she stronger than you imagined in the clinch or what? And then she said, oh no, Holly wasn't that strong in the clinch at all. But she said that with no disrespect.
Oké.
Ik vind het ook niet zo leuk om in mijn gezicht geslagen te worden.
Nou, wat jij ook zei voorafgaand in dit gevecht, van iedereen heeft een plan. Totdat je die eerste stomp in je gezicht...
That surprised me though. Holly's not really a takedown artist though. Surprised she went for those takedowns in this fight. It's pretty surprising.
Ja, echt.
Mike Tyson said it perfectly. En het is gewoon echt zo. Als je pijn wordt gedaan, dan gaan mensen in je hoofd zitten. En zodra dat is, dan gaan zij het controleren. Dat is wat je moet proberen te voorkomen.
Really trying hard for those takedowns.
De scheidsrechter is Todd Anderson, houdt het allemaal goed in de gaten. Holly Holm moet blijven werken natuurlijk.
Al moet ik eerlijk zeggen, maar goed, dat kan ik zeggen omdat ik tegen de Koreaan sta natuurlijk op dit moment. Hij had het op een bepaald punt wat sneller kunnen onderbreken om de actie in de partij te houden.
Blijft aan je plakken.
Ja,
en jij staat, jij staat er eigenlijk heel cool en kalm.
Ja, het is natuurlijk ook een noodzaak om zo rustig mogelijk te blijven. En niet in paniek te raken. En ja, ik moet ook blijven ademen. Het kost enorm veel energie hoor, dat tegen die kooi aangedrukt worden. En ja, ik blijf gewoon heel rustig. En dat is ook wat mijn hoek zegt, hè. Blijf rustig, Shimane, blijf rustig. Goed ademen.
Dit is een gevecht van 5 rondes.
Ja.
Eerste keer ook voor jou in de UFC. Ga je dan nog intenser trainen? Ga je dan nog meer ook aan je conditie werken? Of zeg je van nou, ik heb dat allemaal wel redelijk goed op orde?
Ik heb natuurlijk ook heel veel ervaring natuurlijk. Hè. In het kickboksen heb ik ook 5 rondjes gevochten. Maar ja goed, je traint altijd. Ik train iedere wedstrijd. Alsof het de laatste is.
Hier nog een stoot, net op de bel.
Ja. Ja, vervelend momentje, maar je zit in het heetst van de strijd. Doe ik niet expres. Ik bedoel, ik zou nooit iemand... Ik ben nog nooit slecht tegenover een tegenstander geweest. Of ik heb nog nooit geen respect voor ze gehad. Dit is echt in het heetst van de strijd. Je ziet, ik draai hier weg. Dus ze komt los en ik stoot.
Je kunt natuurlijk ook zeggen van de scheidsrechter is te laat. Op het moment dat de bel gaat, moet de scheidsrechter het gevecht onderbreken.
Ja, maar ja, goed, dat is inderdaad zijn taak. Hè. De bel is niet voor ons vechters, de bel is voor de scheidsrechter. Maar goed, hè, zoals ik zeg, je zit in het heetst van de strijd. En je gooit een combinatie, dus je bent niet bezig met de bel en een heleboel andere dingen. Maar goed, het neemt niet weg. We moeten erop letten. En ook ik moet letten.
Maar hij zat er wel lekker op.
Hij zat er wel goed op, ja. Maar niet op de verkeerde manier.
Derde ronde. Het publiek in het Barclays Center laat zich wel wat horen.
Ja.
Doet dat dan ook nog wat met jou?
Nou ja, weet je, het doet wat met me. In die zin omdat ik het absoluut niet met de verkeerde intenties heb gedaan. Ik heb het niet gedaan om een vieze vechter te zijn. Want dat ben ik absoluut niet. Het is echt in het heetst van de strijd. Dus ja, dat raakt je wel. Maar ik moet ook dan tegelijkertijd wel die focus proberen te houden op dat moment.
Het Holm weer naar voren, wordt dat heel netjes weer gepareerd.
Ja, ik vang er ook goed op. Op sommige momenten.
2 rondes zitten er nu op. Heb jij dan ook al een idee van, nou, op de scoreformulieren sta ik nu voor? Of denk je daar helemaal niet over na?
Daar denk ik echt absoluut niet over na. Ik ben mijn partij aan het vechten en ik moet gewoon gefocust blijven en me bij mijn taak houden. Dat is vooral het belangrijkste.
Nu ben jij toch wel degene die countert.
Ja, dat moest ik ook wel echt doen. Daarom zeg ik ook altijd, dit is de meest zware partij voor mij. Omdat ik zo gedisciplineerd rustig moest blijven.
Dat is wild, though.
Normaal ga je er als een virvelwind in, maak je het gewoon pikkelhard af.
Het liefst wel. Maar in een MMA-partij moet je gewoon wat voorzichtiger zijn. Ook zeker met die takedown. Dus ja.
En je staat ook gewoon tegenover een tegenstander van formaat, van wereldklasse.
Ja, dat moet men ook zeker niet onderschatten. En die handschoenen zijn zo gigantisch dun.
En klein.
Ja, heel klein. Eén klap kan al fataal zijn met zo'n handschoentje.
En dat is natuurlijk ook het verschil tussen bijvoorbeeld voetbal en MMA. Op het moment dat je 1 foutje maakt, kan het gewoon meedogenloos worden afgestraft.
Precies, en bij de voetbal heb je nog 10 anderen die het misschien voor je kunnen oplossen. Hier kan niemand het oplossen behalve de scheidsrechter.
Coaches zijn ook tevreden?
Ja, die zijn blij met de acties die ik uitvoer. Je ziet het, soms word ik weer gretig. Dan wil ik weer gaan jagen. Dan hoor ik gelijk rustig wennen.
Gaat ze weer voor de takedown, wordt meteen afgestraft. Coach roept dan iets meer druk erop. Toch blijf je heel kalm. Je pakt gewoon wel het midden van de octagon.
Ja, dat was ook. Hij zegt hier dat ik de druk op haar moet houden, omdat ik haar iets dichter tegen de octagon aan moet gaan zetten. Zoals je ziet, hij zei nu, dat was het moment dat ik moest gaan. Toen kreeg ik niet zo'n hele fijne trap. Op dat moment moet je gewoon doorgaan.
Toch zie je ook dat de benen van Holly Holm toch al wat beginnen te verkleuren. Die heeft ook al wat trappen moeten incasseren natuurlijk.
Ja.
En op jouw linkerbovenbeen staat ook wel een hele bijzondere tatoeage, of niet?
Ja, hij is trouwens nu wat uitgebreid hoor. Dat is de Nederlandse kroon. Met de datum dat ik in Rotterdam vocht.
Ja. Dat was jouw gevecht voor deze krachtmeting natuurlijk met Holly Holm.
Ja.
Draaitrap van Holly. Er zit eigenlijk niet zoveel in, hè?
Ik zag hem aankomen op dat moment. En het was gewoon... soms is het ook oké om netjes achteruit te stappen. Eventjes uit dat moment te stappen. Zo'n achterwaartse draaitrap kan enorm hard aankomen. Kijk, hier sta ik best wel lastig. Hoog. Verlies ik bijna mijn balans. Dat deze het heel goed. Marco is echt tevreden op dat moment.
Marco is over het algemeen wel tevreden, hè?
Ja, geweldige coach.
Handen hoog, roepen de coaches. Dan heb je dan ook wel dat je wat verder op het gevecht die hand toch een beetje laat zakken? Of?
Ja, uiteraard. Het klinkt ook weer zo stom uiteraard. Maar voor mijn gevoel zitten ze soms wel hoog. En dan kijk ik het later terug en denk ik, oh nee, ze zaten toch niet zo hoog.
Dus zo'n herinnering is wel even handig.
Soms wel, ja. En zometeen, dan merk je ook wel eens, als je dan geraakt zit aan die kant, oké, misschien had ik hem toch iets hoger moeten houden. Kijk, je ziet af en toe laat ik die link iets te ver zakken.
10 seconden nog te gaan in deze derde ronde. En dan de hoge trap van Holly Holm. Jij reageert heel explosief. Dan gaat de bel en dan ben je net weer na de bel nog met een stoot.
Ja, het is echt zo'n pechmomentje. En ik sla daar op mijn hoofd en ik lach. Maar dat doe ik echt niet om arrogant te zijn, maar meer om te laten zien, ik ben niet aangeslagen. En die trap die schapte echt over mijn hoofd heen. En trouwens, hier komt ook een momentje dat zij mij in mijn gezicht schopt waar ik 4 punten op de grond heb. Maar goed, het is gewoon echt een stom pechmomentje en dan baal ik ook enorm. En op dat moment verloor ik wel heel even mijn focus, geef ik ook heel erg toe. Aan het begin van de 4e ronde ben ik ook echt mijn focus kwijt, omdat ik dan zo bezig ben met dat moment van, Shemane, let daarop. Hou je focus erbij en luister naar die klik-klik.
Ik kan me ook voorstellen dat het heel lastig is. Want je zit gewoon in, plat gezegd, een vuistgevecht. Dus je moet ook niet te veel, zeg maar, met de handrem op vechten.
Nee, klopt. Daar heb je helemaal gelijk in. Maar goed, het zit wel op dit moment in mijn hoofd. En dat is logisch, hè. De focus is er even uit. Het moment gebeurt bijna 2 keer. En deze keer was ik echt na de bel. En zeker omdat ik helemaal niet zo ben. En ik heb het absoluut niet met de verkeerde intenties gedaan. Dus ja, dat is wel echt even een stom momentje voor mij.
En dan sta je voor de eerste keer in je UFC-loopbaan in de 4e ronde. De kampioenschapsronde.
Ja, op dat moment was ik er niet mee bezig dat ik al in de 4e ronde was. En ik was heel erg mijn focus terug aan het vinden in deze partij.
Hoe lang heb je daar dan voor nodig? Hoe lang had je daarvoor nodig?
Heel eerlijk, ik denk dat het deze hele ronde heeft geduurd dat ik uit de focus ben geweest, hoor.
Holm maakt de afstand meteen weer klein. Druk je tegen de octagon aan, tegen het hekwerk. En dit kost natuurlijk verschrikkelijk veel kracht.
Ja, inderdaad. En ja, op dat moment, ik persoonlijk word altijd geïrriteerd. En dan denk ik, laten we gewoon knokken. We hoeven niet te knuffelen tegen het hek aan. Moet ik eigenlijk even niet zeggen. Maar dat is echt, dan denk ik, kom op, laten we knokken. Dus dan denk ik, scheidsrechter, kom ertussen. Want er is geen actie. En de takedown lukt op dat moment niet.
Dan ben je toch echt een echte Nederlander, hè? Want die willen gewoon staan en gaan. Dat willen ze zien.
Daarom zijn wij Nederlands ook een van 's werelds beste kickboxers ter wereld. Nog steeds.
Holm blijft wel doorgaan.
Dit kost haar trouwens ook enorm veel energie, hoor. Absoluut. Niet alleen mij, het kost haar ook enorm veel energie.
Hoor jij de mannen in je hoek nou ook? Rechts zien we dan Paul Lamotte, Marco van der Broek, Dwayne van Helvoort.
Ja, op dit moment is Dwayne maar heel erg aan het coachen. En hij zegt, hou vooral die overhoek goed vast. Hou je benen wijd, blijf breed staan. Zodat ze die takedown niet krijgt.
Dwayne is ook MMA-vechter en een BJJ zwarte band, hè? Braziliaanse jiu-jitsu.
Absoluut, absoluut een geweldige topper. En ik zou ook echt niet willen vechten zonder hem in mijn hoek. Geweldige vechter.
En ook dat is natuurlijk een kunst, hè? Het coachen. Niet door elkaar heen schreeuwen, gewoon goede, duidelijke aanwijzingen geven.
Ja, het is echt een enorm samenspel op dit moment. Want de een ziet dit en de ander ziet dat. Maar gelukkig, de coaches overleggen goed met elkaar. En we weten de gameplan. We staan er allemaal met onze neus dezelfde richting op. Dus ja. En ze laten elkaar gewoon netjes uitpraten, zodat er geen onrust ontstaat. Want dat is belangrijk. Er moet geen onrust ontstaan op zo'n moment.
Verspilde energie daarnet bij Holm komt dan naar voren en dat levert niet zoveel op.
Nou ja, zoals ik al eerder ook aangaf, ook in de eerdere rondes. Hè, ze stoten veel in de lucht en dan probeert ze dat af te ronden met een trap. Maar ik heb altijd het gevoel gehad dat ze het niet deed om echt te raken.
Kom jij toch even aardig door?
Ja. Kijk, gelijk wil ze de afstand kort maken. Gelijk weer tegen die kooi aan.
Amerikanen natuurlijk wel opgegroeid met het worstelen. Holly Holm ook gecoacht door Izzy Martinez, een uitstekende worstelcoach. En je hebt natuurlijk ook wel een tijdje bij EKE getraind met Daniel Cormier en consorten, Cain Velasquez.
Ja,
en dat zijn ook van die worstelmachines.
Ja, dat zijn echte worstelmachines. Ik heb er ook enorm veel geleerd. En zeker met mijn samenwerking natuurlijk met Dwen, met wie ik ook enorm veel train. En hij is ook natuurlijk mijn grondcoach. Ja, ben ik enorm gewoon goed voorbereid. En meestal voor mijn partijen laat ik een van mijn worstelcoaches uit Amerika overkomen. Zodat we weer goed werken aan de takedown defense. Kijk, hier gebeurt er eigenlijk in principe heel weinig. Dus hier had de scheidsrechter tussen kunnen komen.
Holm blijft maar aan je plakken. Nu neem jij dan even de controle over. Of in ieder geval, je drukt daar tegen het hekwerk aan. En dan gaat ze weer naar achteren.
Ja. Je ziet ook, hè, ze beweegt nu iets minder dan in de voorgaande rondes. Einde 4e ronde.
Die moeilijke 4e ronde.
Ja.
Waarin je jezelf even weer moest herpakken.
Ja. Ja, ik moet me zeker even herpakken in deze ronde.
En dat kan dan ook op dit moment natuurlijk. Een minuutje rust tussen de 4e en 5e ronde. Marco van der Broek, je coach.
We gaan iets meer actie maken. Weer de combinaties wat meer achter elkaar te gooien. Nee, maar wat je nou doet is goed. 1-2, binnenkantje, hup. 1, we hoeven geen 10 zo te zijn. Perfect. In en uit. Pam, pam, weg. Top.
Zometeen de 5e en laatste ronde van dit wereldtitelgevecht tussen Holly Holm en Germaine de Randami. En dan krijgen we ook antwoord van Germaine op de vraag of ze haar focus weer terug weet te vinden. Welkom terug bij deze speciale UFC-uitzending waarin we terugkijken naar het wereldtitelgevecht in het vedergewicht tussen Germaine de Randami en Holly Holm. En dat doen we samen met jou, Germaine.
Goedenavond.
En in de 4e ronde was je de focus een beetje kwijt vanwege die stoot naar de bel in de 3e ronde. En heb je die focus nu weer terug op dat moment?
Ja, ik begon de ronde en ik werd goed aangesproken door mijn coaches. Ik wist wat me te doen stond. Ik vind hem zeker wel weer terug, hoor. Je ziet het, hier counter ik ook gelijk weer scherp. En dat houdt in, ik ben er weer bij. Je hoort Marco ook gelijk zeggen, ja, dat wilde hij.
Meteen even laten zien wie de baas is in de octagon.
Nou, ik ben gelijk weer wat scherper. Zie je, mijn handen zitten ook weer wat hoger dan de vorige ronde.
En dit is dus de 5e ronde. Dan heb je dus al 20 minuten gevochten. Hoe zit het dan met je conditie? Hoe zit het dan met je lichaam?
Ja, uiteraard, je voelt het zeker weten. Maar ik was enorm goed voorbereid op deze partij. En ook de routine, het zoveel wedstrijden hebben gevochten. En ik moet heel eerlijk toegeven ook, opgeven zit gewoon niet in mijn systeem. Ik ben een knokker en ik blijf gewoon doorgaan. Wil ik opgeven, dan zal ik toch echt knock-out geslagen moeten worden. Anders stop ik echt niet.
Staat hij nu in de 5e ronde? Heb je dan het idee van, nou, ik cruise nu naar een overwinning op punten? Of ben je echt nog wel van plan om Holly tegen de vlakte te slaan of te trappen?
Nou, als ik kan, probeer ik het tegen de vlakte nog steeds te slaan. Absoluut. Hier krijg ik trouwens een goede rechtse directe, terwijl ik er te hard instapte. Die was wel goed van, moet ik heel eerlijk zeggen. Maar absoluut dat ik probeer te gaan voor de knockout. Maar ik weet wel dat ik mijn punten moet blijven maken. Dat weet ik wel.
Elleboog van Holm. Beginnen ook wat bloediger te worden.
Ja, Holly heeft een scheurtje aan de zijkant van haar hoofd bij de ogen.
Still haven't get a takedown? And I had a shower too.
Een aandenken aan Germaine de Randami.
Gratis en voor niks.
Ja. En Holm blijft maar doorgaan met deze strategie.
Ja, maar ze luistert ook niet naar haar hoek hier, hoor. Want haar hoek heeft nu gezegd, Holly breekt los en gaat kickboksen. Maar ze luistert niet op dit moment, hoor.
Kun jij je dan verplaatsen in Holm? Dat je zoiets hebt van, ja, ik snap waarom ze dit doet? Of heb jij zelf ook zoiets weg van, ze moet nu gewoon gaan kickboksen? Gewoon iets gaan forceren?
Ik snap het niet. Maar goed, ja, goed, ze zal wel haar beweegredenen hebben waarom ze ervoor heeft gekozen om toch door te gaan op haar manier.
Angst voor de Iron Lady?
Nou, misschien is ze goed geraakt en vindt ze dat vervelend. Dat zou heel goed kunnen, ja, absoluut. En ze heeft zoiets van, ja, ik vind het wel leuk, maar ik vind het niet leuk om nog een paar keer hard in mijn gezicht geraakt te worden. Je ziet hier dat toch de vermoeidheid ook bij mij een beetje toe gaat slaan. Het wordt wat trager, het wordt wat slordiger.
Ja, een beetje een wilde trap. Niet inleiden, maar gewoon trappen.
Precies. En mijn handen worden wat trager, trek ze niet meer zo snel terug. Ja, maar dat zijn allemaal geweldige momenten. Als je zoiets terugkijkt, hier kan ik van leren, hier kan ik aan gaan bouwen. Zodat je alleen maar beter wordt.
Roept de coach weer. Izzy Martinez, volgens mij, ga kickboksen.
Inderdaad.
En dat is haar worstelcoach.
Een worstelaar die tegen een staande vechter zegt, ga kickboksen. Die besluit, ik ga toch worstelen.
En het lukt Holly Holm niet om de takedown te forceren. Je blijft hier en daar nog wel wat knieën uitdelen.
Ja, ik wil toch wel de actie en de punten blijven maken hier. Ja, goed. En je hoort het publiek boeien, maar goed, er is weinig wat ik laat hier ook zien van, ja, jullie kunnen boeien, maar als het aan mij ligt, dan zegt de scheidsrechter break.
Je ziet bij jou nu ook wel wat frustratie inderdaad.
Ja, enorm veel frustratie. En toch moet ik zo rustig blijven. Omdat de armen zitten toch strak op mijn lichaam op sommige momenten.
En nu mag je weer even. Laatste 10 seconden. Holm komt nog eens naar voren. Wordt dan door jou gecounterd.
Hier wil ik nog naar voren gaan. Ik denk, ik heb ze al gehoord, die blokjes. Laat maar.
De scheidsrechter Todd Anderson, die stond al klaar. Ruim van tevoren. En dan zit het erop. En dan komt ook misschien nog niet meteen de ultieme ontlading. Maar toch het moment van, oké, dit gedeelte zit er nu op. Dit is nu klaar.
Ja, dat is ook zeker zo. Maar dan komt het moment, hoe kijkt de jury ernaar? Ik heb voor mijn gevoel de partij gedomineerd. De vierde ronde misschien iets minder. Maar goed, voor mijn gevoel en volgens mijn coaches ben ik hier de winnaar. Maar goed, hoe wordt er naar gekeken? Ik geef een tik iets te laat, absoluut. Wordt dat me zwaar aangerekend? Ik weet het niet.
En met de juryleden weet je het natuurlijk ook nooit. Er zijn wel eens beslissingen die niet helemaal correct zijn. Hier nog wel de knuffel voor Holly Holm en de coaches en het onderlinge respect. En hier nog wat beelden uit de wedstrijd. Kom je goed door?
Ja. Maar hier raakte ik er weer. Ja, goed. Hier is ook duidelijk aangeslagen in dat vervelende momentje. Het is wel in de bel, maar goed. Ook hier raakte ik er weer een paar keer goed. Maar goed, Holly heeft ook absoluut een geweldige moment in deze partij gehad. Ja, en hier ook een geweldig moment van Holly. Waar ik wel gewoon snel terugcounter. Maar Holly is een geweldige vechter, een geweldige atleet. En het was absoluut een enorm zware partij. En ik denk voor ons beiden.
Het was een slijtageslag.
Ja.
Maar ook wel een enerverende slijtageslag.
Absoluut wel. Er waren absoluut de highlight momenten in deze partij. Maar tegelijkertijd was het soms ook voor mijn gevoel als vechter een hele saaie partij. Omdat Holly wilde niet echt vechten. En dat maakt het heel lastig.
Je ziet toch ook wel het gezicht van Holm. Vertelt het verhaal. Wat frustratie. Misschien weet Holly Holm hier al wel van nou, dit is niet voldoende wat ik heb laten zien.
Ik denk als vechter zijn er ergens, weet je het wel. Maar goed, weet je, een deel van de partij krijg je door de adrenaline krijg je niet allemaal mee. Dus er zijn ook momenten die ze niet meer kan herinneren, vast en zeker. En heb ik ook op dat moment gehad. En dus ja, je weet het nooit. Maar ik ben niet aangeslagen. En die trap die schapt echt over mijn hoofd heen. En trouwens, hier komt ook een momentje dat zij mij in mijn gezicht schopt waar ik 4 punten op de grond heb. Maar goed, Het is gewoon echt een stom pechmomentje en dan baal ik ook enorm. En op dat moment verloor ik wel heel even mijn focus. Geef ik ook heel erg toe. Aan het begin van de 4e ronde ben ik ook echt mijn focus kwijt. Omdat ik dan zo bezig ben met dat moment van... Shemane, let daarop. Hou je focus erbij en luister naar die klik-klik.
Ik kan me ook voorstellen dat het heel lastig is. Want je zit gewoon in, plat gezegd, een vuistgevecht. Dus je moet ook niet te veel, zeg maar, met de handrem op vechten.
Nee, klopt. Daar heb je helemaal gelijk in. Maar goed, het zit wel op dit moment in mijn hoofd. En dat is logisch, hè. De focus is er even uit. Het moment gebeurt bijna 2 keer. En deze keer was ik echt naar de bel. En zeker omdat ik helemaal niet zo ben. En ik heb het absoluut niet met de verkeerde intenties gedaan. Dus ja, dat is wel echt even een stom momentje voor mij.
En dan sta je voor de eerste keer in je UFC-loopbaan in de 4e ronde. De kampioenschapsrondes.
Ja, op dat moment was ik er niet mee bezig omdat ik al in de 4e ronde was. En ik was heel erg mijn focus terug aan het vinden in deze partij.
Hoe lang heb je daar dan voor nodig? Hoe lang had je daarvoor nodig?
Heel eerlijk, ik denk dat het deze hele ronde heeft geduurd dat ik uit de focus ben geweest, hoor.
Holm maakt de afstand meteen weer klein. Druk je tegen de octagon aan, tegen het hekwerk.
Very nice. I mean, they keep telling you to go
kost
for it.
natuurlijk
You're not able to get it.
Ja, inderdaad. En ja, op dat moment, ik persoonlijk word al geïrriteerd. En dan denk ik, laten we gewoon knokken. We hoeven niet te knuffelen tegen het hek aan. Moet ik eigenlijk even niet zeggen, maar dat is echt een beetje even knokken. Dus dan denk ik, scheidsrechter, kom ertussen. Want er is geen actie. En de takedown lukt op dat moment niet.
Dan ben je toch echt een echte Nederlander, hè? Want die willen gewoon staan en gaan, dat willen ze zien.
Daarom zijn wij Nederlands ook een van 's werelds beste kickboxers ter wereld. Nog steeds.
Holm blijft wel doorgaan.
Dit kost haar trouwens ook enorm veel energie, hoor. Absoluut. Niet alleen mij, het kost haar ook enorm veel energie.
Hoor jij de mannen in je hoek nou ook? Rechts zien we dan Paul Lamotte, Marco van der Broek, Dwayne van Helvoort.
Ja, op dit moment is Dwayne maar heel erg aan het coachen. En hij zegt, hou vooral die overhoek goed vast. Hou je benen wijd, blijf breed staan. Zodat ze die takedown niet krijgt.
Dwayne is ook MMA-vechter en een BJJ zwarte band, hè? Braziliaanse jiu-jitsu.
Absoluut, absoluut een geweldige topper. En ik zou ook echt niet willen vechten zonder hem in mijn hoek. Geweldige vechter.
En ook dat is natuurlijk een kunst, hè? Het coachen. Niet door elkaar heen schreeuwen, gewoon goede, duidelijke aanwijzingen geven.
Ja, het is echt een enorm samenspel op dit moment. En, want de een ziet dit en de ander ziet dat. Maar gelukkig, de coaches overleggen goed met elkaar. En we weten de gameplan. We staan er allemaal met onze neus dezelfde richting op. Dus ja. En ze laten elkaar gewoon netjes uitpraten, zodat er geen onrust ontstaat. En dat is belangrijk. Er moet geen onrust ontstaan op zo'n moment.
Verspeelde energie daarnet bij Holm komt dan naar voren en dat levert niet zoveel op.
Nou ja, zoals ik al eerder ook aangaf, ook in de eerdere rondes. Hè, ze stoten veel in de lucht en dan probeert ze dat af te ronden met een trap. Maar ik heb altijd het gevoel gehad dat ze het niet deed om echt te raken.
Kom jij toch even aardig door?
Ja. Kijk, gelijk wil ze de afstand kort maken. Gelijk weer tegen die kooi aan. En dan meer
in en uit. Pam, pam, weg. Top.
Na de bel.
Ik ben echt nog. Heel eerlijk zeggen, ik weet wel dat.
Begin aan denken.
En ga kicken, hoor. Ik hoop het niet.
Eddie.
Hard.
Wilde trap is hij. Frustratie. Die stond al klaar.
Gevoel de partij gedomineerd.
Nu mag je weer even. Laatste 10 seconden. Holm komt nog eens naar voren. Wordt dan door jou gecounterd.
Hier wil ik nog naar voren gaan. Ik denk, ik heb ze al gehoord, die blokjes. Laat maar.
De scheidsrechter Todd Anderson die stond al klaar. Ruim van tevoren.
Ja, toen dacht ik niet. Maar goed,
Wel een energie. Je ziet toch ook wel wat frustratie.
dit nooit, maar goed.
Unanimous decision. Judges score this contest 48-47 for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new undisputed UFC featherweight champion of the world, Jermaine.
Wat een ontlading dan.
Ja.
Je wordt nu ook een beetje emotioneel, of niet?
Nou, ik denk terug. Dit is echt de eerste keer dat ik dit weer zie. En ja, dat is wel even een momentje waar ik heel even stil van word. En ja, het is absoluut.
Waanzinnige prestatie natuurlijk.
Ja. Ja, wauw. Dat is echt een bijzonder moment.
All right, I am here with the winner. Go ahead and get your shirt on here.
Yeah, dude.
I'm here with the winner and new UFC featherweight champion, Jermaine Durandamy. Jermaine, first of all, congratulations. And give us your thoughts on the fight and how you feel it went.
It was a close fight. She catched me in the third round with the head kick. It was close, but I came to fight, and she didn't want to fight me. I'm a brawler. I want to fight. But Nederland, I'm sorry, I'll put this in Dutch. Nederland, you have a UFC champion.
Now, Jermaine, there were two unfortunate moments at the end of the round where the buzzer had gone off and you landed shots after the fight. Or, excuse me, after the round. What was going on there?
It is in the heat of the moment. I apologize. The referee told me, first time he told me, he says, it was still on the buzz. It wasn't meant for me to hit her after the bell. You know, it was in the heat of the moment. I apologize. I'm not like that.
Now, and also in 2 moments of the fight, you got caught. You got caught with a head kick, and you also got caught with a straight left hand. How badly were you hurt, if at all?
You cannot knock me out like that. Come on. She hit me with the head kick. It was a good head kick, but I kept fighting. You know, I landed shots after that.
Did you anticipate how much clinching she was going to do?
No, I hoped she was going to fight with me, you know. Holly is a tremendous champion. I truly respect her. But I love to brawl. I love to fight. Clinching is not my game, but hey, whatever.
Now you're the champion, and there's one very clear contender that looms in the background, and that is Chris Cyborg.
You have to fight it.
In many people's eyes, she is the only real big challenge for you at 145 pounds. Give us your thoughts on the potential meeting with her.
You know, I want to fight everybody. If Chris Cyborg is the one I have to fight, I'll fight her. Right now, I really need surgery on my hand. I'm going to get surgery on my hand, and let's see after.
What's wrong with your hand?
I torn ligaments in my hand and in my fight with Larissa Pachenko. So, yeah, I need to get that fixed first.
Well, good luck with your surgery. Congratulations on your victory, and we look forward to seeing you defending your title.
Thank you. I want to say something. I want to thank the fans. Brooklyn, it's been an honor. Thank you so much. I want to thank my friends and family. I love you, my team. I love you guys. And it doesn't matter. Nederland, jullie hebben een UFC-kampioen. Us.
Jermaine Durandamy, ladies and gentlemen.
Jermaine, bedankt.
Jullie bedankt. Enorm leuk om dit mee te mogen maken.
En je hebt geschiedenis geschreven.
Dat pakt nooit meer iemand van me af. Op naar de volgende.
Bedankt voor het kijken en tot...
They clinch once again against the fence. This time it's Waterson on the outside applying the pressure 2 minutes into the second round. Elbow on the break, but she does not let go. Another elbow that time. She steps back.
Yeah, she's landed that a few times. She's doing a good job of when she's pressing Joanna against the fence on landing that. You know, at least she's getting on some offense there. Offense, pardon me.
Good combination from Jędrzejczyk.
Yeah, when she lets them go, man, so fast.
Deep on a single leg there for the moment. Lets it go.
She does a really good job of getting on the inside, entering the takedown, getting the single leg. It's very good. Joanna's just so good at defending it. I mean, she's been here so many times. With her striking prowess, people generally want to take her down. And therefore, you develop fantastic takedown defense. Doesn't mean Michelle's not being effective. She's pushing up against the fence. She's landing some little knees, some elbows.
Remaining in the clinch here. Now Jędrzejczyk spins things around. And he's got that body lock firmly in place. And just as she did in a lot of that first round. Forgive me, I said that blood might have been coming from the nose of Jędrzejczyk. That's coming from Michelle Waterson.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, Brendan.
Clinch strikes. Jędrzejczyk with a big advantage there.
I just said she was a queen.
That Muay Thai base for Joanna Jędrzejczyk. 30 fights as a pro kickboxer, in which she won 27 of them. 5-time Muay Thai amateur world champion, 4-time Muay Thai European champion was Jędrzejczyk.
Well, I usually
We're only in round 2 here. If this goes the distance, she keeps peppering away at the nose of Michelle. She's going to find it really hard to breathe.
well, speaking of that, maybe it's okay now. And she didn't say no. I'm still
Very nice.
And Waterson smiled that
I don't know why she
Yeah,
bleed.
she
I never
smiled
made a girl bleed my entire
The
life.
fact remains she got kicked right in the
Oh,
face.
is she a virgin or something? Maybe she's a virgin. I swear, I've never had that problem.
And a slip from Waterson as she went for the kick there. Trying to counter there.
Then how can you try?
All the while, Jędrzejczyk staying busy and finishing the combinations with the kick. Final seconds of round number 2.
Michelle Waterson is
Starting to get more creative now, starting to let it go.
She gets it
Open up the box of tricks.
Feel was nice. Okay.
Round 2 in the books.
It
We're going to
wasn't
keep it
even
here for the
that
duration.
strong. Shoot.
As we follow Michelle Waterson back to her corner.
You got to flow a little bit. Okay, you got to flow a bit. Hey, let's move. You have to stay right in front of her. You have to stay right. Hey, breathe. Hey, we train more than this, Michelle. Mom, champ, okay? Good language, Michelle. Coach, which one? We need a lot of Nickies and varsities. When she decides to step, Michelle, we need a 10 and then the varsity. We can't just go varsity, okay?
Right. Don't reach.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look. Some of these leg kicks here. I mean, she was just chipping away, but Waterson a little out of range there. Joanna comes in. Eats that one, though. Went for the body, the jab to the body. Look at the smile. Gave her one back of her own. And then a smile from Waterson as well.
After tonight's main event, don't miss a recap of all the action from Tampa on the UFC Fight Night post show on ESPN+. Karen Bryant, Gilbert Melendez, Anthony Lionheart-Smith, and Heidi Andral will break it all down. That's coming up after this main event. You can only see it on ESPN+.
Joanna's now starting to put more sting on the end of her shots. Definitely throwing with a little more power so far. I mean, we're only 10 seconds into the round, but those first few shots, and that one as well, she's really, just turning the hips a little bit, turning the shoulders on the punches. Initially when you start a fight and you're trying to avoid clinches and things like that,
Check again. You have the time to be playing this game right now. I could go with that. Really? play. Here. How about this? Pick up his knife if he doesn't watch out. What's he gonna do now? Trade things. Well, they has to move the knight, and I think moving the knight here, or here, 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 here.
It is there at dawn, all day, at night, dominating the roads. Sadly, my dog was pinched yesterday by soldiers passing through. I should so like to have taken him back to Germany, but it was not to be. The last 3 days we have had the most wonderful summer weather. Sun, warmth, blue skies, so utterly in contrast to everything else around us. Ah well, it must turn out all right in the end. Don't lose heart. I'll get through this somehow, I always do. 1,000 loving kisses to you and the children. Your dad. My darling wife, yet another day. Nowadays I am grateful to the good Lord for every dawn he lets me wake. When I listen to the guns at night, my thoughts wander back home to you, my dearest, and I wonder whether I shall ever see you again. You will have to be prepared not to receive any letters from me for some time. I shall have to cope with great difficulties. May the good Lord be always with me, as he has been. I long for you all. How much I would now like to look at your dear pictures, but my kit is far away, and I am unlikely to get it back. Should I not return home, then you, my treasure, will have to bear this lot too with courage. I leave you our dear boys. In them you will have me too. Your dear little Ortwin, and our little Wilfred will be your dear Carl too. I would so like to go with you after our victory into a lovely and happy future. Many thousands of loving greetings and kisses to you, my dear, good, loyal little wife, and to my dear children, from your dear daddy. Farewell. God bless you. Carl. My dear Heather love, do my letters still reach you? Nonetheless, I will talk to you rather than mourn to you. One day the light of truth and clarity will shine over this time of humiliation. I just went for a walk in the hot sun to Bagnols. I did not get there. On the way, I picked a sprig of heather and wore it on my breast. All nature's creatures were out. How high and low the bees, the bumblebees, insects hummed, just like in 1926. Today, there is another accompaniment as well, spreading death and destruction. I am constantly surprised how calmly I take it all. Is it because of the rock-like certainty of your love? I have written a letter which you should open later, if I don't return. I don't know if it will reach you, but you know what I have to say to you and the children. I have left my affairs in order. What love can express, I have already done. The children are on their way, already independent, and will find a path through whatever befalls them. It will not be easy in this chaos, but life is never handed to us on a plate. Last night we had a little soldiers' hour and sang our soldiers and folk songs into the night. What would a German be without a song? The evening sky glowed with fire and explosions. One always thinks the earth brings forth new life, but now it is death. What new order will emerge from this devil's symphony? Can a vision strong in faith be born into a new world? The social order rooted in National Socialism cannot be delayed forever. Enough of that. What remains is great love and loyalty, the acknowledgement of the eternal source of life. I take you and the girls in my arms in gratitude for all you have given me. Your Fritz. It was quite against logic to suppose that you were destined to survive the war, wrote Andrew Wilson. All the appearance of things was against it. You saw a pair of boots sticking out from a blanket, and they looked exactly like your own. There was no ground for thinking that the thing that had come to the owner of these boots was not going to come just as casually to you. So, before going into action, he would utter a phrase articulately beneath his breath, "Today I may die." It was a kind of propitiation, and yet he could never quite believe in it, because that would have defeated its purpose. Chapter 8. Crisis of Confidence. The Fall of Caen. By early July, the struggle for Normandy was inflicting almost equal misery upon the German, British, and American armies, the first having by far greater cause for it. The defenders knew that their forces were being inexorably ground down, and that they could not hope for tolerable replacements. Many of their difficulties of manpower, armor, supplies, and ammunition were known to the Allies through Ultra. Yet it was small comfort to read the Germans' gloomy signals about their predicament when, on the battlefield, the force and effectiveness of their resistance seemed quite undiminished. Meanwhile, the men of the invading army were growing weary. The summer was slipping away, and the disturbing prospect of autumn weather in the Channel lay ahead. The safe refuge of the Brittany ports still seemed many miles and many battles away. What if fortitude abruptly collapsed and Rommel brought down powerful reinforcements from 15th Army? What if the German flying bomb campaign, already causing so much alarm in England, intensified and gave way to new and more deadly secret weapons? The problem of infantry casualties, a matter of concern to the Americans, had become a crisis for the British. Sir Ronald Adam, the Adjutant General, paid a personal visit to Montgomery to warn him about the shortage of replacements. Already, battalions had been broken up to fill the ranks of others in the line. Now came the possibility that entire divisions might have to be disbanded. After the excitement of the capture of Cherbourg and the northern Cotentin, on the 3rd of July, the American 8th Corps, along with a division from 7th Corps, began a new southward offensive in driving rain, mist, and low cloud. Within the first days, it became bogged down in the mire of now familiar difficulties, green formations, and stubborn defensive tactics which destroyed momentum. If British commanders were too slow to sack incompetent subordinates, their American counterparts were almost too swift. Now there was a new spate of dismissals of divisional and regimental commanders in Bradley's army. The Americans were to discover in Northwest Europe that it was easier to remove officers than to find more effective newcomers to replace them. As the months went by, their enthusiasm for purges declined, and they concluded that it was more profitable to give commanders time to settle down and learn their business than to remove them immediately after their formation's first failure. Eisenhower wrote to Marshall about the stagnation of First Army's push south. The going is extremely tough, with three main causes responsible. The first of these, as always, is the fighting quality of the German soldier. The others he identified as the terrain and the weather, which was hampering air support. Meanwhile, on the eastern flank, Second Army was fighting the tough, slow-moving battle that at last gained its men a large part of the ruins of Caen. For almost a month since the landings, the British and Canadian 3rd Divisions had endured the frustrations of static warfare around Combe Wood, Carpiquet, and other landmarks that they first beheld on the 6th or 7th of June. On the night of the 7th of July, 450 heavy aircraft of Bomber Command attacked Caen, principally with delayed action bombs, in an operation designed to clear the way for an assault by 1st Corps the following morning. Hundreds of thousands of men of Second Army watched in awe as the waves of bombers droned steadily over the city, letting loose their loads and turning away, some bleeding smoke and flame as they slipped from the sky. Amid the rumble of constant explosions from the city, a great pall of smoke and dust rose upwards, shrouding the houses and factories. The use of the heavy bombers reflected the belief of Montgomery and the Allied High Command that they must now resort to desperate measures to pave the way for a ground assault. Afterwards, this action came to be regarded as one of the most futile air attacks of the war. Through no fault of their own, the airmen bombed well back from the forward line to avoid the risk of hitting British troops and inflicted negligible damage upon the German defences. Only the old city of Caen paid the full price. About a quarter of the citizens of Caen had departed before the bombers came, urged by both the Germans and the local prefect. Many more remained, fearful for their homes and possessions, and arguing that to evacuate is only to escape Germans, to meet other Germans, to avoid bombs and shells, to meet other bombs and shells. Nothing had prepared them to expect the devastating rain of explosives from the massed air attack. As the sound of the bombers faded, a great silence fell over the town, broken only by the cries of the wounded and the sound of falling masonry from burning buildings. The Palais de l'Université was in flames, the initial fires in its chemistry department having spread in minutes to other parts of the building. Hopeless little groups of firemen struggled to draw water from the Odon, since the mains had been blasted in 100 places. 38 civilians died in one cellar, 50 were killed and wounded in a single street. The survivors were so terrorized by the destruction around them that even as the Germans at last began to withdraw through the streets, most inhabitants clung to the shelter of their cellars. When 1st Corps jumped off on Operation Charmwood the next morning, the troops were heartened by the memory of the air attack, but they quickly discovered that the Germans were resisting as tenaciously as ever. Meyer's men of 12th SS Panzer remained the core of the defense, apparently indestructible even though their ranks had been decimated by weeks of heavy fighting without replacements. 2 days of desperate battle cost some British infantry battalions 25% of their strength. They won through to the northern bank of the Orne, in the middle of the utterly desolated city, but could go no further. The Germans still held the critical high ground of the Bourguebus Ridge to the south, and nearer at hand the steelworks of Colombelles, from which their observation posts could mark every British movement. Too much blood had been shed, and too many weeks had elapsed for possession of the shattered ruins to offer any more to most thoughtful British commanders than a ghastly echo of other ruins, other empty victories, almost 30 years before. From Charnwood, there was not even the compensation of having ridden down significant German forces. While the British and Canadian 3rd Divisions painfully battered their way into Caen, further west, 43rd Wessex and its supporting armour suffered 2,000 casualties in 2 days of renewed fighting for Hill 112, the commanding position beyond the Odon, which had been lost in the last stages of Epsom. Once again, the formidable fighting power of 12th SS Panzer forced Thomas's men into bloody difficulties. Like so many other British assaults, that of the 10th of July began well in the wake of the huge bombardment, with the leading units reaching Éterville and well up the slopes of 112 by 8 a.m. Corporal Chris Portway was a 21-year-old section commander in the 4th Dorsets. They plod along and do the job. Not death or glory, boys, like the paratroopers. The sort of comment which might be made about many solidly dependable British county regiments. Urged on by their colonel's hunting horn, they reached Éterville without serious casualties. Portway fought a fierce little private battle in its churchyard, pursuing 2 Germans between the gravestones until he reached them with a grenade in the church itself. He was dismayed to meet his commanding officer among the ruins, asking helplessly, "What's happening, Corporal?" The colonel appeared to have lost all grip on events. But the day's work had been done at tolerable cost. They were digging in around Éterville, pleased to find themselves alongside a chateau painted with huge red crosses, because the Germans were usually quite good about trying not to hit hospitals, when they were suddenly summoned to a new orders group and told that they must press on to the next village, Malto. Without enthusiasm, but also without knowledge of what lay ahead except that a battalion of the Hampshires was in trouble, they advanced in extended line through the cornfields towards the village. They reached an orchard and suddenly found themselves under intense German DF fire. With flame and smoke all around them, they pressed on to meet machine gun and tank fire from a screen of Tigers dug into pits covering Malto. They knocked us down in lines. Portway and other survivors took shelter for a moment in an empty tank pit and saw a German glance over the rim and reach back to throw a grenade down on them before a quick-thinking Dorset shot him. They ran from the hole to a house in which they hastily cleared a field of fire. The corporal felt a moment of revulsion about bringing the battle into some unknown family's home. There we were, wrecking this house, and I suddenly thought, how would I feel if this was mine? Then a more pressing problem intervened. A noise upstairs showed that they were not alone. There was a fierce exchange of grenades and small arms fire with the Germans above. They fought from house to house for some time until, without warning, a devastating artillery barrage began to fall among them. Portway learned later that it came from British guns. The order had been given for the brigade to withdraw from Malto, but it never reached the survivors of the Dorsets. Portway threw himself into a ditch, and a handful of others fell in on top of him. When the guns at last stopped, he wondered why nobody rose. He heard German voices and lay motionless until he found one of the men above him being moved and looked up into the face of the enemy. All the others on top of him in the ditch were dead. He felt a sense of unreality. You imagine being wounded, being killed, but you never think of being captured. You think that when you've had a chat, they'll let you go home. I couldn't believe that I'd never see the unit again. The SS treated Portway unusually well, much better than we did German prisoners. It was when one got further back that the nastiness started. Portway's experience was almost precisely mirrored by that of Private Zimmer of 12th SS Panzer, who was in Eterville the same day. Zimmer, as his narrative makes clear, was cast in a somewhat less heroic mold than some of his colleagues. From 6:30 to 8 a.m., again heavy machine gun fire. Then Tommy attacks with great masses of infantry and many tanks. We fight as long as possible, but we realize we are in a losing position. By the time the survivors try to pull back, we realize that we are surrounded. In our sector, we had driven back the British infantry attack, but they had bypassed us to left and right. I moved back as fast as I could under the continuous firing. Others who tried to do the same failed. When the small arms fire stopped, our own guns got going. I lay there in the midst of it all. I still cannot understand how I escaped, with shelling falling 2 or 3 meters away, splinters tearing around my ears. By now, I had worked my way to within 200 meters of our own lines. It was hard work, always on my stomach, only occasionally up on hands and knees. The small arms fire began again, and the English infantry renewed their attack. My hopes dwindled. The advancing Tommies passed 5 or 6 paces away without noticing me in the high corn. I was almost at the end of my tether, my feet and elbows in agony, my throat parched. Suddenly, the cover thinned out, and I had to cross an open field. In the midst of this, wounded Englishmen passed within 10 meters without seeing me. Now, I had to hurry. There were only 10 meters to go to the next belt of corn. Suddenly, 3 Tommies appeared and took me prisoner. Immediately I was given a drink and a cigarette. At the concentration point for prisoners, I met my Unterscharführer and other comrades of my company. It was a battle of shattering intensity, even by the standards of Normandy. Brigadier Michael Carver, who had taken over 4th Armoured Brigade at half an hour's notice a few days earlier, found himself compelled to draw his revolver to halt fleeing infantrymen, including an officer. Amid the blackened, leafless trees on the slopes of Hill 112 itself, the 5th Duke of Cornwall's light infantry attacked, 2 companies up, after the Somersets failed to gain the summit. Lieutenant David Priest's company commander had been killed shortly before, and he found himself leading his company forward. Their vehicles drove to the start line over the bodies of British infantry spread-eagled across the road. They took a wrong turning and came under fire. The men dismounted and shook out for the advance. Priest had put his own platoon in the rear, but quickly found himself compelled to pass it forward when the point platoons were ravaged by mortar and machine gun fire. Then he felt a blow. At first, it made him imagine that he had been struck with a pickaxe. Only after a few moments lying shocked on the grass did he understand that he had been hit in the chest by a machine gun bullet. He felt somebody undoing his pouches and taking out his grenades. Then he heard the acting battalion commander shouting, before he died, that he could not breathe. Priest lay gazing upwards, watching each side's mortar bombs soar unhurriedly across the sky. There was more fierce small arms fire, and he was frightened of being hit again. When darkness came, he felt a little better. He managed to drag himself back towards the British line until he was challenged by a Somerset's sentry. Yet still the nightmare was not ended. That night, 12th SS Panzer counterattacked. Priest was waiting at the rendezvous where the carriers picked up casualties when a German tank suddenly crashed through the trees almost on top of him. Wounded men screamed as they were crushed beneath its tracks, and flares began to burst overhead as the defenders struggled to pinpoint the threat. The tank blundered away into the darkness, and the stretcher bearers came. Priest learned that he had a clean entry and exit wound. He felt deeply grateful that he was not maimed or disfigured. Like every rifle company officer, he had long ago accepted the inevitability of being hit somewhere at some time. It was 6 weeks before he walked again, and 1945 before he returned to his battalion. The self-propelled 17-pounder M10s of E Troop 129th Battery left the start line with the Hampshires and the supporting Churchill infantry tanks at 5:30 a.m. They had landed in France 10 days before, and this was their first action of the war. German mortar and artillery fire began to fall amongst them soon after they set off, and the infantrymen of the Hampshires huddled behind the Churchills and E Troop's tank destroyers as they crawled forward through the barrage. Sergeant Burnell's gun was hit a few yards beyond Eterville by a mortar bomb which landed directly in its open turret. Just 2 of the crew escaped wounded. The troop commander's gun received a direct hit from an 88mm shell a few yards short of Malto. Only he himself and an NCO were able to leap down and escape alive. The 3rd gun's turret was jammed by fire, and its aerial shot away. The crew bailed out, expecting it to brew up. When it failed to do so, they remounted, with the exception of the wireless operator, who declined to leave the slit trench in which he had taken refuge. Then it became obvious that the attack had failed. The 2 surviving guns withdrew, bringing back the survivors of the other ruined M10. Of 20 men in the guns which had gone forward, 6 were dead, 4 wounded, 1 missing. Sergeant Jim Stevens, who had served with the battery since 1939, was heartbroken to have been left behind with the echelon when the troop of which he was so proud went forward for the first time. Now he looked appalled at the return of the survivors and the blank and shocked face of the young troop commander, Lieutenant Wimpy. The adjutant had recovered the gun whose turret had received a direct hit. Wimpy told Sergeant Stevens that they must bury its crew. Stevens never forgot the experience. The explosion of the mortar in that confined space had devastated everything inside. The 17-pounder and 50 caliber ammunition had gone up. Lying on the floor of the turret was what was left of the crew, burnt to a cinder with their teeth bared in some kind of grin. I cried, having known them all for so long. Jimmy Burrell, a Cockney whose wife had presented him with a baby a few weeks before D-Day, who used to hang a pair of booties in the turret every time he went out. Dick Greenwood, no more than 5'2", a Devonian from Newton Abbot, who used to be E Troop's storekeeper, but insisted on getting aboard an M10 as a gunner. Phillips, only 18, hardly knew what it was all about. I remember him being sick on one occasion after drinking too much, and me making him clear it all up. With some reverence, Lieutenant Wimpy and I began to lift them out and place them in blankets. In some cases, we had to use a shovel to get them off the floor, for so intense was the heat that they had become fused to it. We buried them at Marseilles, by the side of the Bayeux-Caen road. The regimental padre said a few words, the battery carpenter constructed wooden crosses, a few shots were fired, and so we left them. It was a little scene played out 100 times daily on both sides of the Normandy line. Hill 112 was held briefly by Priest's shattered battalion of the Duke of Cornwall's light infantry, only to be lost to a German counterattack. Montgomery was now compelled to endure a crisis of confidence in his leadership, which would have cracked the nerve of a more sensitive man. He had always been the object of animosity within the huge headquarters staff at Chafe in England, and unloved by many of Bradley's Americans. The tensions now broke into open criticism. Commander Butcher, the embodiment of all gossip-ridden staff officers, wrote after his first visit to France on the 1st of July, "Some of the people I talked to venture that Monty has been too slow to attack and thus permitted the Germans to get set in fixed positions and to bring up reserves." Patton, an unconcealed enemy, wrote venomously in his diary after a trip to Montgomery's tactical headquarters on the 7th of July. Montgomery went to great lengths explaining why the British had done nothing. Eisenhower himself, under intense pressure from Washington and his own staff, frustrated by his own inability directly to influence the events for which he bore the huge responsibility, wrote an unhappy letter to the Commander-in-Chief of 21st Army Group that day, expressing his concern about the German build-up. It appears to me that we must use all possible energy in a determined effort to prevent the risk of a stalemate or of facing the necessity of fighting a major defensive battle with the slight depth we now have in the bridgehead. We have not yet attempted a major full-dress attack on the left flank supported by everything we could bring to bear. The American press have become openly impatient with the lack of progress in France, causing a degree of concern in Washington that, as always, far outweighed the worry the British press could cause any British government. It was being suggested that the Western Allies were content to mark time while the Russians did the hard fighting to defeat Hitler's armies. Even more dangerous to Montgomery's position was Churchill's growing impatience. The Prime Minister was at pains to remind Eisenhower a few days after the landings that the Supreme Commander had only to express his dissatisfaction with any British officer, no matter what his rank, for him to be removed. Churchill had convinced himself that if there was no rapid breakthrough after D-Day, it might be a year or more before the Allies reached the Seine. His memory of Flanders haunted all his visions of the battle for France in 1944, especially as he read the infantry casualty lists. On the night of the 6th of July, Churchill furiously denounced Montgomery to Brooke. He had never warmed to his cold, awkward commander. Now, remembering Montgomery's bold declarations at the St. Paul's briefing about rapid armored thrusts and the urgent need to peg out claims inland, he felt that these intentions had been betrayed. Brooke was driven to defend his protégé with equal anger. I flared up and asked him if he could not trust his generals for 5 minutes instead of continuously abusing them and belittling them. The air chiefs divided their ill will between Montgomery and the hapless Lee Mallory. Tedder felt a persistent lack of confidence in the Commander-in-Chief of 21st Army Group, which he displayed with all the force of his personality. It seemed clear to me that Montgomery did not attach sufficient importance to the pressing time factor. Few weeks of summer remained. Our urgent need was to get across the Seine. Tedder was a man of genuine stature, and it is impossible to saddle him with the personal malice and small-mindedness that afflicted some of his subordinates. He sincerely believed that he possessed an understanding of the priorities of the land campaign, which Montgomery lacked. But as Deputy Supreme Commander, he suffered all the handicaps and frustrations that are the lot of a second-in-command in any military organization. He was privy to all debate, but lacked executive power. If Lee Mallory was not permitted to exercise executive authority, Tedder showed a marked reluctance to do so. He was invariably consulted and frequently intervened in the air debate, but he never accepted full responsibility for air operations. His intelligence and force of personality were not in doubt, but it is questionable whether he was able to employ these to best effect as Eisenhower's deputy, and whether his understanding of the ground campaign was sufficient to justify his chronic disloyalty to Montgomery, and his promise to Eisenhower of personal support if the Supreme Commander saw fit to sack his ground force commander. With all these dangerous currents swirling in his rear, Montgomery sat in the camouflaged caravans of his tactical headquarters, surrounded by his pet puppies and canaries, and pondered the course of the battle. One of his biographers, the war correspondent Alan Moorhead, wrote of his supposed conceit and gracelessness, then added that these vices, if they existed in him, had also distilled a virtue which was regrettably lacking at times among the officers struggling up to a high command. He was nobody's sycophant. He could not be wined and dined into an amenable frame of mind. He could not be impressed by a show of authority, nor were his wits clouded by ceremony. Montgomery changed his plans in Normandy, but it cannot be proved that he did so because of the pressure of his enemies and rivals. If anything, the charge against him is that he became too isolated from the political and politico-military realities, too ready to absorb himself exclusively in the battle within the monastic loneliness of his tactical headquarters. His chief of staff talked freely to the commander-in-chief when he saw him, but there is no evidence that Montgomery unburdened himself of his innermost thoughts and hopes to de Guingand or any other man. Yet he possessed the great virtue of accepting the battlefield as he found it, and adjusting to its exigencies without complaint. He was seen to considerable advantage at a meeting of his commanders on the 10th of July, at which Bradley frankly admitted that the American attack southwards had failed. Monty quietly replied, "Never mind, take all the time you need, Brad," Dempsey related later. Then he went on tactfully to say, "If I were you, I think I should concentrate my forces a little more," putting two fingers together on the map in his characteristic way. Then Monty turned to me and said, "Go on hitting, drawing the German strength, especially some of the armor, onto yourself, so as to ease the way for Brad." It seems significant that while Eisenhower became restless and unsympathetic to Montgomery as the Normandy battle developed, or rather, in the Supreme Commander's view, failed sufficiently to do so, Bradley did not complain about 21st Army Group's commander. Later, he would become one of Montgomery's most bitter critics, but during these operations in the lodgment, Bradley wrote, where Montgomery bossed the U.S. First Army as part of his 21st Army Group, he exercised his Allied authority with wisdom, forbearance, and restraint. At no time did he probe into First Army with the indulgent manner he sometimes displayed among those subordinates who were also his own countrymen. Harmony between the two men at this stage may also have been assisted by Bradley's consciousness of the shortcomings of some of his own formations. It was only afterwards, when the Americans had carried out their sweeping dash through Brittany and across to Argenton, that exhilaration about their own achievement and British sensitivity about Second Army's painful march to Falaise fostered jealousies and resentments that persisted through the campaign. Goodwood. On the 7th of July, the eve of Charnwood, Montgomery's chief planner, Brigadier Charles Richardson, submitted a report on more far-reaching objectives than Caen. He argued, first, that it was necessary for Second Army to embark on a major offensive rather than merely to pursue a succession of limited operations. Second, that in view of the desperate need to avoid heavy infantry casualties, the obvious course was to embark upon an armoured assault. Tanks were one commodity with which the British were amply provided. Indeed, there was scarcely sufficient fighting room within the beachhead for the proper employment of all the armour they possessed. At that date, they outnumbered the Germans by 4-1 in tanks and 2-1 in infantry, while on the American front, the ratios were 8-1 and 3-2. Bradley's men were holding a line 108,000 yards long, compared with the 77,500 yards in the hands of the British. On the 10th of July, Dempsey outlined for Montgomery a plan to employ massed armor in an attempt to break through the German defenses from the constricted Orne bridgehead, still little larger than that gained by 6th Airborne Division early in June. Montgomery approved. The details of Operation Goodwood were settled 2 days later. All three British armored divisions would attack, under the command of General O'Connor's 8th Corps, along a corridor blasted open by massed bomber forces. The aim was to strike fast through the German defenses while the enemy was still reeling from the air bombardment, seize the Bourget-Bousse ridge in the first hours, and thence race on across the great sweep of open country beyond. The tanks would drive headlong for Falaise. Meanwhile, Simmons's 2nd Canadian Corps would attack south from the center of Caen in an effort to secure the rest of the city. 1st and 12th Corps would launch subsidiary infantry attacks with support from the independent armored brigades on the flanks. The Second Army is now very strong, Montgomery wrote to Brooke on the 14th. It has in fact reached its peak and can get no stronger. It will in fact get weaker as the manpower situation begins to hit us. Also, the casualties had affected the fighting efficiency of divisions. The original men were very well trained. Reinforcements are not so well trained, and the fact is beginning to become apparent and will have repercussions on what we can do. So I have decided that the time has come to have a real showdown on the eastern flank, and to loose a corps of 3 armored divisions into the open country about the Caen-Falaise road. Eisenhower wrote to Montgomery of the Goodwood plan, I am confident that it will reap a harvest from all the sowing you have been doing during the past weeks. With our whole front acting aggressively against the enemy so that he is pinned to the ground, O'Connor's plunge into his vitals will be decisive. I am viewing the prospects with the most tremendous optimism and enthusiasm. I would not be at all surprised to see you gaining a victory that will make some of the old classics look like a skirmish between patrols. It is interesting and important to notice that after the war, Bradley, the most unlikely man to provide spurious alibis for Montgomery, declared that he had never expected Goodwood to be anything other than a supporting operation for the American Cobra, which was originally scheduled to jump off at much the same time. Yet if Montgomery's hopes and objectives were really so limited, it was politically suicidal for him to allow Eisenhower, Tedder, and even Brooke to be deluded about them. There was a perfectly sound military argument for the British to mount only a limited offensive. But there is no hint of evidence that Montgomery sought to explain Goodwood in these terms to any of his patrons in England, above all Brooke. Every previous operation that Montgomery had mounted in Normandy was skillfully conceived, soundly based, offering a real prospect of success at its H-hour. By the time Goodwood was launched, for political and moral reasons, he was more seriously in need of a victory than at any time since D-Day. Yet from its inception the operation was flawed. It relied heavily upon surprise to gain the high ground which dominated the British line of advance, yet called for the movement of 8,000 tanks and armored vehicles across the Orne to the assembly points. Until the armor had cleared the start line, the artillery could not deploy to provide the massive bombardment which was such an important asset to any operation. Days before Goodwood was set in motion, 51st Highland Division's engineers had sown new minefields to cover their own positions, which could not now be properly cleared for the armored advance. Only narrow corridors would be available through which the tanks could progress. Most damning of all, the Germans were expecting them. Sepp Dietrich claimed after the war that he had heard the British tanks coming by using an old trick he had learned in Russia of putting his ear to the ground. Perhaps he did. But long before the tanks began to roll from the start line, German intelligence had achieved one of its few important battlefield successes in Normandy by alerting Rommel to the imminent British move against Bourg-et-Bousse. General Eberbach of Panzer Group West reacted by adopting perhaps the most formidable defensive deployments of the entire campaign. 5 lines of tanks and anti-tank guns directly confronting 8th Corps' axis of advance. 36 hours before Goodwood was set in motion, ultra-interceptions revealed to the British that Field Marshal Hugo Sperler of Luftflotte 3 had signaled a forecast of a major British attack to take place southeastwards from Caen about the night of the 17th to 18th. In Montgomery's directive to Dempsey before the battle, all mention of Falaise as an objective had vanished. A sudden onset of caution seemed to have overcome him. But Dempsey himself was still full of brilliant hopes as he transferred his tactical HQ to a position alongside that of O'Connor, where he could oversee the battle at close quarters. What I had in mind was to seize all the crossings of the Orne from Caen to Argenton, Second Army's commander said after the war. Karl d'Este, the author of an important recent study of the Normandy battle, pays tribute to General O'Connor's understanding of the vital need for close armored infantry cooperation in Goodwood. O'Connor sought to employ some of the gunners' self-propelled chassis as infantry personnel carriers for the battle, and was much vexed by Dempsey's refusal to let them be used. Yet General Pip Roberts of the 11th Armoured, probably the ablest British divisional commander in Normandy, suffered deep misgivings when he studied O'Connor's plan for Goodwood, and discovered that the armour and infantry had been given separate objectives. He felt so strongly about the error of this decision that he recorded his view in writing, which caused O'Connor to reply that if Roberts lacked the conviction to lead the attack according to his plan, one of the other armoured divisions could relieve the 11th as spearhead. Robert reluctantly acquiesced, but he believed that O'Connor did not understand the proper handling of armour on a European battlefield. Other senior officers echoed Roberts's lack of confidence, not only in the Corps commander himself, but also in his staff. Between 5:30 and 8:30 a.m. on the morning of the 18th of July, one of the greatest ever air bombardments of ground forces was unleashed upon Panzer Group West by heavy and medium bombers of the RAF and the USAAF. In 3 waves, they attacked the German positions confronting O'Connor's armoured divisions. Tanks were hurled bodily into the air or buried by earth and rubble. Men were deafened and stunned for days or blasted into fragments. Guns were wrecked and twisted on their mountings. Fuel and ammunition exploded. Shortly after H hour, a scout car of the Inns of Court Regiment reported exultantly that it was well on the way to 11th Armoured's objectives and could see no evidence of opposition. I said, "Jolly good show," and didn't believe a word of it, said Roberts tersely. His skepticism was rapidly justified. One of the great surprises of warfare in the 20th century has been the power of soldiers to survive what would seem to be overwhelming concentrations of high explosive, and emerge to fight with skill and determination. So it was now with the men of Panzer Group West. The leading units of the 11th Armoured Division jumped off promptly at 7:30 a.m. and made progress for the first 2 hours before meeting heavy and stiffening resistance. Around the village of Cagny, just 4 88mm flak guns of the 16th Luftwaffe Field Division had escaped the air bombardment. At pistol point, Colonel Hans von Luck of 21st Panzer Division compelled their commander to abandon his delusions about his anti-aircraft role and to engage the advancing British tanks at once. 16 of 11th Armoured Shermans fell to these guns alone. It was 4 p.m. before the Guards Armoured Division entered Cagny. As other British units crossed the Caen-Vimont railway embankment and attempted to push on towards Bourg-et-Bousse, they met ruthless German tank and anti-tank fire. The vehicle carrying 11th Armoured's sole RAF forward air controller was knocked out in the first 2 hours, with the result that close air support for the advance was lost. Meanwhile, in the rear, the Guards Armoured and 7th Armoured Divisions had been seriously delayed by the huge traffic jam of vehicles moving along the corridors through British minefields. Without support, the British spearhead of 29th Armoured Brigade was already in serious trouble, only 12,000 yards from its start line and scarcely through the crust of the deep defences. Trooper John Brown was driving a 17-pounder Sherman Firefly for the 2nd Fife and Forfar Yeomanry. He and his crew left the start line in a mood of excited optimism after watching the vast air bombardment, convinced that no German position could have survived such appalling punishment. It was not long after the earlier euphoria that we realized what was in store for us. 13 tanks, one of our squadrons knocked out, some burning, and what remained of their crews either walking or crawling back from the front. Our tanks reached the Caen-Vimont railway close beside a level crossing in the Cagny area. From our position, we knocked out 2, probably 3 German tanks, but it was difficult to recognize this in the carnage. We were shooting over the rear of the tank when fire broke out, and the order was given to bail out. I tried my hatch, but was unable to get it open. lying on my back over the ammunition in the co-driver's position, a space of about 18 inches between the shells and the hatch, which I was able to pull open. I pulled myself out, falling to the ground. Lying beside the tank, we realized that it was only our equipment and bedding on the hull which was burning. Pulling this off, I said I would get back into the tank and bring it into the shelter of the house at the level crossing. I had got in and started the engine, when suddenly a horrible eruption of molten metal came in through the side immediately behind the ammunition. This was like an acetylene cutter in action. Fortunately, I was able to bail out faster than the first time. From there, my crewmates and I made our way back to the rear echelon in the glider landing fields near Ronville. Soon after noon, bitterly conscious that his attack was running out of steam, O'Connor organized a new two-pronged thrust to be carried out by 11th Armoured on the right, 7th Armoured's Cromwells on the left. "We moved well for a while," wrote a British reconnaissance vehicle commander, Corporal Peter Roach, "until we came to another flat stretch littered with knocked-out Cromwell tanks, extending right away to the ridge in front. Delay, frustration, ignorance of what was happening. Some shells landed nearby, violent black smoke with a brilliant red center, and large, jagged pieces of metal tearing at the unwary. The tank I was following stopped and the commander jumped down, swearing. The driver, who had his head out, was hit. I got the lead from his headphones under his arms, and we tugged him through the small hatch opening, floppy and inert. Our hands were wet with blood. We laid him on the ground. From his head oozed blood and sticky brains. He quivered and made quacking noises, and then mercifully died. The officer was crying. The light was going slowly, and the air warm. I sat on the top of the tank as we ate cold rice pudding from a tin. I looked at my hands, gory with dried blood and brains. Nearby, 2 flail tanks were talking on the radios and coming through on my set. The commanders were tired and their nerves were frayed. I could hear the scorn in the voice of A and the almost pleading voice of B as he complained bitterly that A had pissed off without warning. It was frightening to hear men so open in their dislike on the one hand and dependence on the other. UJ came up on the air, asking my position and then querying my reference. I too was frayed, so I asked if he thought I couldn't read a map or didn't know where I was. The only regiment of 7th Armoured to approach its point of attack after escaping the chaos around the Aulne did not reach 29th Brigade's battered squadrons until 5 p.m., by which time the latter had suffered 50% tank losses, 11th Armoured losing a total of 126 tanks during the day. Guards Armoured Division lost 60 tanks in this, its first battle. Roberts's foreboding about O'Connor's separation of tanks and infantry had been entirely justified. His armour received no infantry support until 5 p.m. Although many officers liked O'Connor, and to this day there are energetic defenders of his conduct of the battles in Normandy, the evidence suggests that he never achieved the grip of 8th Corps, which had so distinguished his command in the desert. Montgomery's public modifications of his ambitions for Goodwood can hardly have critically influenced O'Connor's conduct when Dempsey declared his own hope that 8th Corps would get to Falaise. Colonel Brian Wildboar Smith, GSO-1 of 11th Armoured, said flatly of Goodwood, "We really did think that this was to be the breakout." Brigadier Richardson, 21st Army Group's BGS plans, said that, "At the time, I thought Goodwood had been a tremendous flop." He subsequently modified his view in the light of post-war evidence that Montgomery only sought to maintain pressure on the eastern flank. But it seems absurd to suppose that Goodwood could have been secretly transformed into a limited operation without the acquiescence of Dempsey, the army commander, or the knowledge of the senior staff officers charged with carrying it out. It becomes even more difficult to believe this in the light of Montgomery's behavior at the time. In an extraordinary moment of optimism that afternoon, of the kind that did so much to damage his credibility with less sympathetic recipients, Montgomery signaled Brooke. Operations this morning a complete success. The effect of the air bombing was decisive and the spectacle terrific. Situation very promising, and it is difficult to see what the enemy can do just at present. Far more serious, he read to the assembled press corps a disastrously optimistic bulletin about the progress of the attack. Brigadier Williams remembered seeing on Alan Moorhead's face this wonderful Australian disbelief. Yet, in consequence of Montgomery's remarks on the 19th of July, the Times carried the headline, "Second Army Breaks Through," and quoted the communiqué's assertion that early this morning, British and Canadian troops of the Second Army attacked and broke through into the area east of the Orne and southeast of Caen. Another headline read, "British Army in full cry," followed the next day by "Wide corridor through German front." A special correspondent was at pains to rebut suggestions of setbacks. In reality, the Canadians had gained most of Caen, but the Germans remained in absolute control of the Bourg-et-Bousse ridge, which they reinforced strongly during the night. Creera's men were perhaps more angry and bitter about the disappointments of the battle than O'Connor's patient and long-suffering British troops. "Goodwood had been sold to us as a big deal," said Corporal Dick Raymond of 3rd Canadian Division. "To see those Shermans puffing into black smoke gave us a sick feeling in the stomach. It seemed a futile, clumsy thing." Atlantic, the Canadian operation on the Goodwood flank, cost Creera's men 1,965 casualties. 2 infantry battalions alone bore the brunt of these, the South Saskatchewans, who lost 215 men, and the Essex Scottish, losing 244. 2 days later, after further brutal fighting, 7th Armoured Division had gained part of the ridge, but in the heavy rain and mud, which now made the closure of the operation inevitable, the German line was still unbroken. The British had suffered 5,537 casualties and lost 400 tanks, 36% of their armoured strength in France, of which only a proportion could be recovered and repaired. So prodigious were Allied reserves of materiel that replacements reached almost every armoured division within 36 hours. The restoration of Montgomery's prestige would take a great deal longer. In the post-mortems, in the wake of Goodwood, all manner of suggestions were made about what had gone wrong and what could have been done better. Since the assembly of such a vast force had proved impossible to keep secret, could more have been gained by opening the attack in darkness? Would a shorter interval between the end of the air bombardment and the British approach to the German positions have been decisive? Was the Guards' armoured division briefed to expect too easy an assault in this, its first battle, and were its units thus too readily overcome by the unexpected strength of the opposition? Could O'Connor have pushed 7th Armoured Division forward faster? Why was there still such lamentable cohesion between tanks and infantry? The answers to all these questions partially explain the British misfortunes. Yet none of them can mask the bald truth that Second Army sought to attack powerful and skillfully directed German defences. Major changes of British tactics would have been necessary to bring about a different outcome. A daylight infantry attack across open ground would have been cut to pieces, but a carefully planned night assault might have yielded dramatic dividends. The airmen were vociferous in their anger about the army's failure to gain a decisive result after calling upon a vast bomber force in support. Nothing except their own parochialism could justify such an attitude. Even if the air attack on Caen earlier in the month was misconceived, there were major enemy concentrations to be bombed on the Bourg-et-Bousse ridge, and substantial damage was inflicted upon these, moral as much as material. The Goodwood experience showed the limitations of massive air attack, but it also revealed its value. Only the airmen's obsessive belief that all their squadrons could meanwhile have been better employed over Germany justified their furious reaction. In the years since the revelation of the Allies' breaking of German ciphers in the Second World War, it has sometimes been assumed that Ultra provided the Allies with absolute knowledge of enemy deployments and capabilities. This is a travesty of the truth. Ultra was of immense value, but its reliability and comprehensiveness varied greatly from day to day, according to luck, the extent to which local German units were signaling by radio rather than using landlines, and the speed of the decryptors at Bletchley Park. O'Connor's forces embarked upon Goodwood with no concept of the strength of the German defences they were to engage, while the Germans had been using observation posts, prisoner interrogation, and aerial reconnaissance to powerful effect. This was the first and last occasion of the Normandy campaign on which von Kluge's men were able to fight a battle on terms that suited them, albeit at a cost which they could much less well afford than the Allies. The British were attacking more across open country than in any battle of the campaign thus far. So much has been said about the difficulties of fighting amid the hedges of the bocage that it seems worth emphasizing the equal difficulties of advancing against powerful defenses over an unbroken field of fire. Tanks could use open country to great advantage if they could maneuver around enemy positions. But where they were confronted by a continuous line of defenses, even a small number of well-handled German tanks and guns could do enormous execution. Here, perhaps more than in any other battle in Northwest Europe, the British paid the price for their lack of a survivable battle tank. Armour of the weight of the German Tigers and Panthers might have battered a path up the Bourget-Bousse ridge, a feat that the Shermans and Cromwells were too frail to achieve. It has been suggested above that blame for the failure of some of Montgomery's June battles in Normandy lay more with those charged with directing and fighting them than with the planners who conceived them. Yet Goodwood failed because the concept, the plan, the preparations were unsound. The British were sometimes accused of being unimaginative in their use of armoured forces by comparison with the Americans. Below Bourget-Bousse Ridge in July, they attempted an extraordinarily ambitious massed tank operation, which, had it succeeded, might have rivaled that of Patton a few weeks later. But there was an important difference between the British and later American operations. In the first, the German defense was unbroken. The old military axiom about the hazards of employing unsupported cavalry against an unbroken square still held good. Colonel Brian Wildboar Smith, GSO-1 of 11th Armoured, argued convincingly that it was a great mistake to launch the attack with massed tanks. One squadron per infantry battalion would have been ample. More than that simply confused the issue. Here he touched upon the very heart of the Goodwood failure. The forces assembled for the operation were not those judged necessary to meet the ground or the nature of the defences, but those which the British then felt willing to expend, their tanks. The critical problem of manpower and infantry casualties thus directly influenced an important tactical decision. As a result of Goodwood, Montgomery's prestige within the Allied High Command suffered damage from which it never recovered. Eisenhower was disappointed and angered by the gulf between Second Army's promise and performance. His staff became genuinely concerned about the rise in the Supreme Commander's blood pressure. Butcher wrote on the 19th, referring to the tragic sudden death in France of 4th Division's deputy commander, "What a blow it would be to the world, not mentioning that to his personal followers, if he, Eisenhower, should pull a Teddy Roosevelt." Tedder's animosity was redoubled. He considered that the air forces had been the victims of a deliberate deception by Montgomery, who had exaggerated his expectations merely to ensure that he received the support of the strategic bombers. Tedder told Eisenhower boldly, "Your own people are thinking you have sold them to the British if you continue to support Montgomery without protest." Of all the criticism heaped upon Montgomery in the course of the war, that following his handling of Goodwood is the most difficult to refute. He sent a limited directive to Dempsey before the battle, a copy of which never reached Sheaffe, who thus continued to expect more from Goodwood than 21st Army Group. This matter has been the subject of much speculation. Yet, directive or no directive, Montgomery could not escape the consequences of other grandiloquent declarations of expectation and achievement before and during the battle. Whatever written insurance policies he took out before the 18th of July, it is impossible to doubt that when he launched his three-corps attack, he hoped desperately to reach Falaise. He and his staff must have been aware of the expectations they had raised in London and Washington, and therefore of the inescapable cost of failing to meet these. After Goodwood, said Brigadier Richardson, 21st Army Group's BGS plans, we were distinctly worried. We knew Monty put on this impenetrable act of confidence, whatever was happening, but below Freddie de Guingam's level, it was difficult to judge whether this confidence was soundly based. My feeling was that we were getting into a bigger jam than he was prepared to admit. Montgomery admitted in his memoirs that he had overdone his public comment and been too exultant at the press conference I gave during the Goodwood battle. I realize that now. In fact, I realized it pretty quickly afterwards. Basically, the trouble was this. Both Bradley and I agreed that we could not possibly tell the press the true strategy which formed the basis of all our plans. As Bradley said, we must grin and bear it. It became increasingly difficult to grin. It is almost tragic to behold a man of Montgomery's stature so far diminishing himself as to write such nonsense. Goodwood rendered great service to the American flank and to the Allied cause by maintaining pressure and by writing down irreplaceable German forces. But to demand that history should accept that this alone was the sum of British ambitions is to suggest that a man sows wheat to harvest straw. Montgomery, under all the pressures building up around him since early July, must have known that had the British embarked upon an operation with such limited objectives as he afterwards attributed to Goodwood, the anger and impatience of the Americans towards their British allies would have become uncontainable. The truth, which he never avowed even to Brooke, yet which seems self-evident from the course of events, was that in Goodwood and throughout the rest of the campaign, Montgomery sought major ground gains for Second Army if these could be achieved at acceptable cost. He forsook them whenever casualties rose unacceptably. This occurred painfully often. When Montgomery and Eisenhower met privately on the afternoon of the 20th of July, one of their 9 personal encounters during the campaign, it seems clear that the Supreme Commander vented his distress. It is possible, even probable, that Montgomery emphasized to Eisenhower his concern over British manpower and casualties, and said something of the Americans' greater ability to overcome these problems. For in Eisenhower's subsequent letter to his commander-in-chief, written the following day, he reminded Montgomery sharply that eventually the American ground strength will necessarily be much greater than the British. But while we have equality in size, we must go forward shoulder to shoulder with honors and sacrifices equally shared. Confidence in Montgomery and in the performance of the British Second Army had reached the lowest point of the campaign in Northwest Europe, among the Americans, among the airmen, and even among some of the British, including their Prime Minister. Whatever hopes he, Montgomery, had of remaining overall ground commander died with Goodwood, Bradley believed. He afterwards asserted his conviction that Eisenhower would have sacked the British general had he felt able to do so. Montgomery's behavior throughout this period seems dominated by the belief that he could afford to spurn Eisenhower, whose unfittedness for field command was so apparent to every senior officer. It is undoubtedly true that even Bradley, the most loyal and patient of men, was irked by Eisenhower's inability to read the battle that was taking place in Normandy. As early as the 7th of June, Bradley was irritated by Eisenhower's sudden appearance aboard the Augusta in mid-channel. On the whole, Ike's visit had been perhaps necessary for his own personal satisfaction, but from my point of view, it was a pointless interruption and annoyance. The First Army commander, both then and later, acknowledged the justice of Montgomery's claim that Eisenhower never understood the Allied plan in Normandy. The Supreme Commander labored under a misapprehension that he himself could best serve the Allied cause by touring the touchline like a football coach, urging all his generals to keep attacking more or less simultaneously. Eisenhower's personal lifestyle, journeying between fronts with a rag bag of sycophantic staff officers, his Irish driver and mistress, occasionally his newly commissioned son and cosseted pet dog, was more suggestive of an 18th century European monarch going to war than a 20th century general. Yet Dwight Eisenhower was the supreme commander of the Allied armies, upon whom hung the fervent hopes of two governments for the unity and triumph of their armies. His charm and statesmanship deeply impressed, even moved, all those who worked closely with him. Montgomery's inability to establish a personal relationship with the American, to confide to Eisenhower his own private hopes and fears for the battle, cost him dear. 21st Army Group's commander-in-chief made the immense error of believing that the Supreme Commander could be sidestepped, deluded, soft-talked into leaving himself, Montgomery, the supreme professional, to fight the war. He might indeed have been successful in this had his armies on the battlefield fulfilled his early hopes in Normandy. But when they did not, it was Eisenhower, fretting, impotent in England, who bore the impatience of the American press, the doubts and fears of the politicians, the charges of failure of generalship which the ignorant associated with himself. Eisenhower might have been willing to ride passively upon a tide of success created by Montgomery. He was quite unwilling idly to accept responsibility for apparent failure and stagnation. At the time, and for some years after the war, the extent of the breakdown of relations between Montgomery and Eisenhower was concealed. Today, there is no doubt that by late July 1944, the American was wearied to death of his ground force commander. Brooke urgently warned Montgomery on the 19th of July to drop his objections to a prime ministerial visit to Normandy and use the opportunity to rebuild a little of Churchill's flagging faith. The CIGS warned his friend of the tendency of the PM to listen to suggestions that Monty played for safety and was not prepared to take risks. Brooke wrote in his diary, "Winston had never been very fond of Monty. When things went well, he put up with him. When they did not, he at once became your Monty." Just at this time, Eisenhower had been expressing displeasure and accusing Monty of being sticky, of not pushing sufficiently on the Caen front with the British, while he made the Americans do the attacking on the right. Winston was inclined to listen to these complaints. Brigadier Richardson said that, in strategic terms, things were going according to plan. In practical terms, they were not. It is much easier to understand the criticisms made of Montgomery by the Americans than those made by his fellow countrymen. Until the very end of the war, the British demanded that they should be treated as equal partners in the alliance with the United States and vied for a lion's share of Allied command positions. They could scarcely be surprised if the Americans showed resentment when the British flinched before heavy casualties and fought on the eastern flank with less apparent determination and will for sacrifice than the American army in the west. Whatever the Americans' weaknesses of command and tactics, their willingness to expend men to gain an objective was never in doubt. On the whole, they were prepared to go at it more toughly than we were, said Brigadier Carver of 4th Armoured Brigade. Montgomery, however, was never allowed to forget that he was charged with responsibility for Britain's last great army, her final reserves of manpower in a struggle that had drained these to the limit. With the constant admonitions reaching him from England about casualties, he would have faced bitter criticism from Churchill as much as any man, had losses risen steeply. It is indisputable that this knowledge bore hard upon the British conduct of operations in Normandy, from the summit to the base of the command structure. Butcher wrote on the 24th of July, after visiting Southwick House for an hour when Eisenhower drove there to see de Guingand. Bill Culver, de Guingand's American aide, in response to my pointed question as to what really stopped Monty's attack, said he felt that Monty, his British Army Commander Dempsey, the British Corps commanders, and even those of the divisions are so conscious of Britain's ebbing manpower that they hesitate to commit an attack where a division may be lost. When it's lost, it's done and finished. The commanders feel the blood of the British Empire, and hence its future, are too precious for dash in battle. With hindsight, it may be easy to suggest that a more ruthless determination to break through on the British front earlier in the campaign would in the end have cost fewer lives. Tedder's allegation that Second Army was not trying hard enough had some foundation, but it was much easier to take this sanguine view from the distance of Sheaffe, or from the perspective of history, than for Montgomery and his commanders in Normandy, who had to watch their precious army take persistent punishment. Tedder's attitude proved his claim to be an outstanding alliance commander with a truly Anglo-American perspective, but it showed little sympathy for valid, if more parochial, British sensitivities. If the British Army was to achieve major ground gains on the eastern flank against the powerful German forces deployed before it, the evidence suggested that the cost would be terrible. Montgomery is entitled to the gratitude of his country, as well as of his soldiers, for declining to yield to the temptation to mount a ruthlessly costly attack merely to stave off the political demands made upon him. He judged, correctly, that if the Allies persisted with their existing plan for pressure in the east and breakthrough in the west, the Germans would eventually crack without a British bloodbath. Yet in July, as in June, he denied himself the goodwill of either American or British skeptics by creating a smokescreen of distortion and untruth to conceal his disappointment with the failure of Second Army to gain ground at acceptable cost. It is a measure of the criticism now directed against him, and of the political pressure within the alliance, that as late as the 28th of July, when the American breakout was already making good progress, Brooke was writing to him, "Now, as a result of all this talking and the actual situation on your front, I feel personally quite certain that Dempsey must attack at the earliest possible moment, on a large scale. We must not allow German forces to move from his front to Bradley's front, or we shall give more cause than ever for criticism." It is impossible to imagine that Montgomery could have been sacked, whatever Tedder's delusion on that count, without inflicting an intolerable blow to British national confidence. He whom propaganda has made mighty, no man may readily cast aside, as Portal was compelled to acknowledge a few months later in his difficulties with Bomber Harris. But it is difficult to guess what new pressures and directives might have been forced upon the Commander-in-Chief of 21st Army Group had not the perspective of the Normandy campaign now been entirely transformed by the American Operation Cobra. Chapter 9. The Breakout. Cobra. Throughout the first half of July, while the British and Canadians were fighting their bitter battles around Caen, the Americans were enduring equal pain and frustration in their efforts to disentangle themselves from the clinging misery of the bocage. On the 3rd of July, Middleton's 8th Corps attacked south towards Coutances-Saint-Lô-Caumont. The Corps commander himself was one of the most experienced fighting soldiers in the American Army, having led a regiment in France in the First World War, and more recently a division in Italy. But Middleton was now seriously troubled and weakened by the pain of an arthritic knee, and his staff were conscious that this reduced his ability to concentrate upon the battle. Not that it was likely that the outcome of the early fighting would have been different had he been fit. By far the toughest initial objective was the 300-foot height of Mont Castre, dominating the Cotentin Plain. After heavy fighting, the superb 82nd Airborne Division, halved in strength by weeks in action, gained the hill and proved what a first-class formation could achieve even against dogged opposition. Elsewhere on the front, however, matters went much less happily. The accident-prone 90th Division made no headway, and Bradley prepared to sack yet another of its commanders, Landrum. The 79th Division suffered 2,000 casualties in the next 5 days to crawl forward a little over 3 miles. There was nothing to suggest that these difficulties were caused by command shortcomings, for when 7th Corps joined the attack on the 4th of July under the dynamic Collins, they too found themselves rapidly bogged down. On the 7th, 19th Corps was thrown in, although Corlett, its corps commander, like Middleton, was in visibly poor health, and even when fit, had never been considered a driver of men. Hodges described him at the time as possessing that hospital look. Scenes of near farce ensued when advancing elements of 30th Division became entangled with the tanks of 3rd Armored, creating terrible congestion. There was a furious confrontation between Generals Bone and Hobbs about whose fault this was, which ended in the sacking of Bone, the junior officer, but a tough old veteran who had started as a private soldier and risen through the ranks of the American Army. When the 7th joined the attack on the 4th of July under the dynamic Collins, they too found themselves rapidly bogged down. On the 7th, 19th Corps was thrown in, although Corlett, its corps commander, like Middleton, was in visibly poor health, and even when fit, had never been considered a driver of men. Hodges. After 12 days of battle, 8th Corps had suffered 10,000 casualties to advance some 7 miles. Baldwin's and Collins's men had fared no better. Thus my breakout and dreams of a blitz to Avranches failed badly, wrote Bradley, a crushing disappointment to me personally. The principal American achievement was the defeat of a counterattack by Panzerlehr towards Saint-Jean-de-Day on the 11th of July, which 9th and 30th Divisions threw back, causing the loss of 25% of the German strength. Once again, it had been demonstrated that movement by either army was the crucial difficulty in the bocage, and that in defense, American troops could hammer the Germans as hard as Hauser's men of 7th Army had hit the Americans when they were defending. Enduring the pain of their own difficulties, the Americans sometimes forgot the scale of suffering that they were inflicting upon the Germans. Sergeant Helmut Gunther of 17th Panzer Grenadiers each day watched his company of the reconnaissance battalion whittled away without hope of replacements. Haenel, who was killed by small arms fire in their first battle. Heinrich, his veteran chess partner, who died on the Carentan Road. Dobler, who took over a platoon when its commander was killed and was shot in the head as he jumped from the ditch to lead a counterattack. All these old friends and many more were gone. I used to think, what a poor pig I am, fighting here with my back to the wall. Yet Gunther's self-pity was mixed with astonishment that the survivors stood the strain and the losses so well, and fought on. He was astounded that the Americans did not break through their line in early July. His own company was reduced to 20 men out of 120. Yet when he sought his CO's permission to withdraw 50 yards to a better tactical position, it was refused. On the 9th of July, they were at last driven from their positions, and Gunther found himself staring at a Sherman tank bearing down upon him only yards away. He was working forward to throw a sticky bomb at it when a German voice called, "Come back!" and he glanced round to see a German tank behind him. He stood confused and uncertain for a moment as the Panzer commander shouted, "Get down, he's going to shoot!" and a shell from the Sherman blasted into the German tank, splinters ricocheting into Gunther's back. Characteristically, the Panzer survived the encounter. The Sherman did not. Gunther was evacuated to hospital. The defeat of the German counterattacks was encouraging to the Americans, but provided little consolation for Bradley, wrestling with his fundamental problem of breaking through into Brittany. At the highest level, the Americans discussed with deep concern the problem of giving their infantry divisions something of the thrust and attacking power that so far seemed the monopoly of the airborne. "We were flabbergasted by the bocage," said General Quesada of 9th Tactical Air Command, who was working daily alongside Bradley. "Our infantry had become paralyzed. It has never been adequately described how immobilized they were by the sound of small arms fire among the hedges." Patton reminded an old French army friend of a remark that he had made in the First War. He had said, "The poorer the infantry, the more artillery it needs. The American infantry needs all it can get." He was right then, and still is. First Army reported on the urgent need for the development of an aggressive spirit by the infantry soldier. The outstanding impression gained from a review of battle experience is the importance of aggressive action and continuous energetic forward movement in order to gain ground and reduce casualties. It had become brutally apparent to every man in First Army that service in an infantry unit was an almost certain sentence to death or wounds. The top sergeant in Corporal George Small's anti-aircraft battalion routinely threatened jesters, "One more crack like that, and you'll find yourself in the infantry." The unfortunate 90th Division suffered replacement of 150% of its officers and over 100% of enlisted men in its first 6 weeks in action. Typical tank casualty figures showed that in June alone, the 712th Battalion lost 21 to 74 in 16 days of action. The 746th, 44 out of 51 in 23 days. The 747th, 41 out of 61 in 10 days. In July, the 712th lost 21 out of 68 in 16 days. The 756th, 51 out of 91 in 29 days. Temporary or permanent losses from battle fatigue had reached an alarming 10,000 men since D-Day, around 20% of all casualties. Between June and November 1944, a staggering 26% of all American soldiers in combat divisions were treated for some form of battle fatigue. This was out of a total of 929,307 such cases in the U.S. Army in the Second World War. There was a real fear that battle fatigue was reaching epidemic proportions. The after-action medical report of First Army declared that the rate of admission to the exhaustion centers during the first weeks of operations was in accord with the estimates made previously. However, the rate thereafter increased to such proportions that it became necessary to reinforce each of the platoons operating the exhaustion centers. Reasons for this increase: A. Addition of a number of divisions to the Army in excess of original estimates. B. Difficult terrain, mud, hedgerows, etc. C. Stiff resistance offered by the enemy in the La Haye du Puy, Carentan, and Saint-Lô actions. D. Troops remaining in combat for long periods. Every army in the Second World War recognized battle exhaustion or shell shock as a genuine, curable condition among soldiers under acute strain. But it was felt by many officers in 1944 that the U.S. Army had become too ready to allow its men to believe that battle exhaustion was an acceptable state. There is a narrow borderline between humanitarian concern and dangerous weakness. If Patton had been over-harsh in his treatment of battle exhaustion in Sicily, there seemed grounds for believing that in Normandy, First Army moved too far in the opposite direction. Major Frank Colachico of the 3rd/18th Infantry described how men appeared before him claiming battle fatigue and, if challenged, defied him to court-martial them. What was 5 years in the brig? They knew that the U.S. government would fluke out. By July, the rear areas of all the Allied armies were generously populated with deserters, whom American units often treated with much greater forbearance than the British. Provost Sergeant James Dobie of the British 5th King's Regiment was astonished to discover, when he returned 2 errant GIs to their unit, that they were greeted like long-lost brothers instead of absentees. The German army's discipline was not based entirely upon natural loyalty. Between January and September 1944, the Wehrmacht executed almost 4,000 of its own men, 1,605 of these for desertion. Some senior Americans regretted that their army had failed to adopt Montgomery's policy before D-Day of leavening untried divisions with key officers and NCOs who possessed battle experience at battalion level and below. There had also been a failure to make the men of First Army familiar with their leaders. An extraordinary number of American soldiers who fought in Northwest Europe regarded the high command as impossibly remote, and Eisenhower and Bradley as hardly comprehensible figures. A few divisional commanders, Huebner, Cotter, Barton, Rose, Eddy, became widely known and respected by their men. But the roll call of senior American officers found wanting and sacked in Normandy was astonishing. 2 successive commanders of 90th Division, Brown of 28th Division, McMahon of 8th, who told Bradley frankly, "Brad, I think you are going to have to relieve me." Watson of 3rd Armored, to name only the most prominent. Bradley found 83rd Division's leadership uncertain, and that of the 79th and 80th suspect. Of the corps commanders, only Collins had distinguished himself. The commander-designate of First Army, Courtney Hodges, was considered by most of his peers to be an officer of limited imagination and self-effacing personality. Bradley described him as one of the most skilled craftsmen under my entire command, but was constrained to add that he was also essentially a military technician, a spare, soft-voiced Georgian without temper, drama, or visible emotion. If Bradley's personal modesty was one of his most engaging characteristics, it contributed to the impersonality of his army. Whatever men thought of Patton, and many scorned him, all of them knew who he was. Most took a pride then and later in serving with Patton's army. As Montgomery understood so well, the cult of personality can be immensely valuable in war. The lack of it within the American army in Normandy, the difficulty for most infantry replacements of identifying with a man, a unit, anything human beyond their own squad, save the vast juggernaut of tanks and guns with which they rolled, contributed significantly to the difficulties of the American army. Where the German army did its utmost to maintain men in regional formations, the Americans pursued a deliberate policy of dividing men from the same town or state, a legacy of the First War, when the pain of a local unit's destruction was thought to have borne too heavily upon individual communities. But even industrialized war on a vast scale needs its focus of identity, its charismatic leaders. These were instinctive human necessities that America's commanders seem slow to understand. Private Gerard Asher, a 27-year-old New Yorker who worked in the family business until he was drafted in 1943, was one of countless thousands of infantry replacements shipped to Normandy in June 1944 in anonymous packages of 250 men, to be directed wherever casualties dictated. One of his group gazed around at Normandy for a few minutes after landing, then declared decisively, "This is no place for me," and vanished from their ken forever. Asher reached his 357th Infantry in darkness with an unknown young Mississippian to be greeted by a lieutenant who said simply, "You two stay in this hedgerow. The others are in that one." The New Yorkers' memories of the campaign were above all of disorientation, of utter ignorance of their purpose. "I really couldn't fathom the whole thing. I couldn't understand what it was all about. I never remembered seeing the battalion commander accept its ceremonies." If all infantrymen in all armies share something of this feeling, And if Asher was uncommonly unlucky to be sent to the 90th Division, these sentiments reflected a problem that afflicted much of the American army in Northwest Europe. Very many soldiers respected their NCOs, but in sharp contrast to the British Army, in which most men looked up to their officers, few American rankers admitted to thinking well of theirs. Corporal George Small wrote of this nearly universal scorn of American soldiers for most officers. Above all, at platoon level, the 90-day wonders, the young lieutenants upon whom so much junior leadership depended, seldom won the confidence and respect of their soldiers. The men of Bradley's army might not be privy to the big picture, but in early July 1944, they felt a deep sense that much was going wrong. "We were stuck," said Corporal Bill Preston of the 743rd Tank Battalion. "Something dreadful seemed to have happened in terms of the overall plan. Things were going very awry. The whole theory of mobility that we had been taught, of our racing across the battlefield, seemed to have gone up in smoke." Sergeant Bill Walsh of the 102nd Cavalry thought that the struggle between Germans and Americans resembled a pro fighter taking on an amateur who didn't want to fight. None of those American infantry boys wanted to be over there. Lieutenant Philip Reisler of 2nd Armored felt that the campaign had become like an interminable succession of Thermopylae. In every engagement, we were only able to present one tiny unit to the enemy at a time. Yet even as First Army's difficulties seemed at their greatest, the transformation of American fortunes was at hand. Together with General Collins of 7th Corps, Bradley had conceived a new plan. To clear the way for a major offensive, Collins's men began to push forward to the Saint-Lô-Perrier road. By the 20th of July, they had reached positions commanding it. On the 18th of July, at a cost of 3,000 casualties in the 29th Division and more than 2,000 in the 35th, the Americans gained the vital heights of Saint-Lô. The battle for the shattered rubble of the town was one of First Army's outstanding feats of arms in the campaign, driving back General Eugener Meindel's 2nd Parachute Corps yard by yard, despite constant casualties. The body of Major Thomas Howie, killed leading the 3rd/116th Infantry to the rescue of the 2nd Battalion on the outskirts of Saint-Lô, was laid on a bier of rubble outside the church of Notre Dame. Hill 122 joined a host of other Norman map references among the American Army's battle honors. The German 352nd Division, whose presence had wrought such havoc with American plans on the 6th of June, was now in ruins. Even Meindel's paratroopers had cracked. The stage was set for the supreme American military achievement of the Normandy campaign, Operation Cobra. It was symbolic of the contrasting approaches to war by the two principal allies in Normandy that the British codenamed their greatest efforts after race meetings, while the Americans adopted a symbol of deadly killing power. Montgomery's official biographer has recently argued that it was the CNC of 21st Army Group who produced the essential framework for Cobra in a declaration of future intentions dated the 13th of June. After discussing immediate objectives for that period, he continued, F. To capture Saint-Lô and then Coutances. G. To thrust southwards from Caumont towards Vira and Mortagne, and from Saint-Lô towards Villedieu and Avranches. H. All the time to exert pressure towards La Haye-du-Puy and Boulogne, and to capture Cherbourg. This was, declares Montgomery's biographer, town for town, the layout for the American Operation Cobra. If this assertion arouses ire among the ghosts of the First Army, it is also true that, after the event, Americans were too eager to write into history the view that Cobra was expected from the outset to lead inexorably to Lorient, Le Mans, and Argenton. and that from its launching, the rest of the campaign was preordained. In reality, of course, it would have been extraordinary to plan it as anything of the sort. It was an ambitious, well-conceived blueprint for a major offensive. Considering the proven difficulties of wresting ground from the Germans and the earlier failure of many equally high hopes, it could never have begun as more than that. To suggest that the Americans now consciously embarked upon a completely new phase of the campaign, the breakout, is to pretend that they had not been trying desperately to escape from the bocage for many weeks already. What took place in late July on the American flank was that First Army launched an offensive that worked, assisted by the absence of most of the best of von Kluge's army, who were engaged with the British and Canadians in the east. They then pursued and exploited their success with dramatic energy. No earlier statement of objectives by Montgomery can diminish the personal achievement of Bradley, whose plan Cobra was. During the weeks since the 6th of June, there had been a subtle but steady shift in the command relationship between 21st Army Group and the Americans, reflecting both the growing weight of U.S. strength now deployed in Normandy and the shrinking confidence of First Army in Montgomery's superior wisdom and experience. There was still the closest consultation between the Allies, and great care was taken to mesh British and American plans. Montgomery confirmed American intentions in crisply worded written orders. There is little doubt that his negative authority over First Army was undiminished. He could have prevented the Americans from embarking upon a course of which he disapproved. But he could no longer expect to exercise positive authority to compel them to initiate operations for which they felt disinclined. A study of Montgomery's files for this period, his successive orders to the armies, might give a different impression. But in real terms, while the Americans accepted his coordinating authority, it would be inaccurate to describe him as their commander, in the sense that Bradley was commander of First Army. The American Secretary for War, Henry Stimson, visited Bradley's headquarters on the 17th of July and recorded in his notes, Plan Cobra, attack by 2 infantry divisions, 30th and 9th, followed by 1st Infantry and 2nd Armored to the left, break through and turn to right, enveloping 5 or 6 divisions. If successful, would have easy going to the southwest end of the bocage. In the event, between Stimson's visit and the Cobra jump-off, the thrust of 7th Corps southwestwards from the Saint-Lô-Ferrier road towards Coutances was strengthened by the addition of the 4th Division in the center. In contrast to the usual American preference for broad front assaults, this was to be a narrow, concentrated attack on a 7,000-yard front, immediately preceded by a massive air bombardment. The fighter bombers would concentrate on hitting forward German defenses in a 250-yard belt immediately south of the road. Spatz's heavies would bomb to a depth of 2,500 yards behind the German front, accompanied by the artillery fire of 1,000 guns. The Americans' principal secret weapon for Cobra was the Rhino, a set of steel tusks welded onto the front of many of the Shermans, which, so equipped, had been found capable of battering a path through the Norman hedgerows in heartening fashion. Within weeks, the name of Sergeant Curtis G. Cullen of 2nd Armored's 102nd Cavalry Reconnaissance echoed across America as the imaginative young American who had devised the battle winner. The reality, as usual in these matters, was touchingly a little different. Every American armored unit had been puzzling over the hedgerow problem, and one day Captain Jimmy Depew of the 102nd summoned a full session of his men to chew it over.
Like really
A
badly.
Tennessee hillbilly named Roberts asked slowly, "Why don't we get some saw teeth and put them on the front of the tank and cut through these hedges?" The crowd of men roared with laughter. But Sergeant Cullen, a notably shrewd soldier known in the unit both as a chess player and a man impatient of army routines, said, "Well, hang on a minute. He's got an idea there." Cullen it was who put Roberts's ill-articulated notion into effect and directed the first demonstration. The tankers, and shortly afterwards General Bradley, watched in awe as a hedgerow exploded before their eyes to make way for the Sherman bursting through. In great secrecy, steel lengths stockpiled from the German beach obstacles were salvaged and used to modify hundreds of First Army's tanks. It is difficult to overstate the importance of the rhinos, as they were called, for they restored battlefield maneuverability to Bradley's armor. Henceforth, while the German tanks remained restricted to the roads, the Shermans possessed the power to outflank them across country. Cullen was later summoned to appear before a press conference in Paris. An honest man, he tried hard to give some credit to Roberts, but the weight of the great propaganda and publicity machine was too much for him. He became a very American kind of national hero. Another kind of hero was lost to First Army on the very eve of Cobra. 54-year-old Colonel Paddy Flint, the hoary old commander of the 39th Infantry, who had made himself legendary for the reckless courage which now killed him. Irritated by the slow progress of his 2nd Battalion approaching the Cobra start line, he strode impatiently forward under heavy mortaring to galvanize them into life. He sent a message to his executive officer from the battalion CP. Strangely quiet here. Could take nap. Have spotted pillbox. Will start them cooking. He reached the front line with his headquarters group to be greeted by a German with a machine pistol whose fire ripped Flint's trousers. Flint ordered the tank to move forward, and when its commander told him that he could not do so as he had turret trouble, Flint exploded. It isn't often you'll have a colonel for a bodyguard. The reluctant tank and the cluster of infantry advanced up the road with their colonel. At one point, when he was standing on the Sherman's hull directing the driver, German fire began to ricochet off the steel, and Flint was induced to step down into cover. The bodyguard colonel now advanced with his little group towards the Germans, disdaining their hand grenades. I don't mind that. They can't hit me anyway. His driver was wounded, but while he was being taken to the rear, Flint kept up heavy fire with the 2 carbines and M1 rifle with which he was now armed, and of which his unhappy staff officer sought to relieve him. The colonel was standing in a doorway lecturing a sergeant on infantry tactics when there was a single shot and he pitched forward, hit in the head. The sergeant spotted the German sniper and worked forward until he shot him out of a tree. Flint was given morphia and a cigarette and murmured as he lay, "You can't kill an Irishman. You only make him mad." He died in the field hospital. In one sense, Flint's performance was suicidal and wildly unsuited to the role of regimental commander. But in another, given the chronic difficulty of inducing the infantry to employ Indian fighting to get to close quarters with the enemy, it was a magnificent example. George Patton acted as one of Flint's pallbearers, and said with uncommon accuracy that he was sure that this was how his old friend would like to have gone. Flint was one of the great characters of First Army, cast in a mold of leadership that filled his men with immense pride. The launching of Cobra was delayed for some days by the same torrential rain and low cloud that sealed the fate of Goodwood. On the 24th of July, the order was given and 1,600 aircraft had already taken off for the preliminary air bombardment when the weather closed in again. Some were successfully recalled or declined to risk bombing through the overcast atmosphere, but others again poured down explosives destined for the path of the American attack. The results were disastrously erratic. 25 Americans were killed and 131 wounded in the 30th Division, and the Germans were provided with final confirmation of the American intention to move on the Saint-Lô-Perrier front. Some enraged American units, such as the 2nd/120th Infantry, opened fire on their own aircraft, a not uncommon practice among all the armies in Normandy when suffering at the hands of their own pilots. The next morning, the forecaster's promise of brighter weather was fulfilled. At 7 a.m., 901st Panzer Grenadiers telephoned divisional headquarters to report American infantry in front of our trenches are abandoning their positions. They are withdrawing everywhere. As similar reports reached Bayerline from all along the front, his operations officer, Kurt Kaufmann, said cheerfully, "Looks as if they've got cold feet. Perhaps 7th Army is right after all." Hauser's staff had confidently predicted, despite every indication from Panzerlier to the contrary, that the major Allied attack would come south of Caen. Then the field telephones in Bayerline's farmhouse at Canissy began to ring again, reporting bombing attacks by endless waves of aircraft, fighter bomber attacks on bridges and artillery positions. At 9:38 a.m., the fighter bombers opened their first 20-minute assault on the German front line. Behind them, high above the dust and smoke, 1,800 heavy bombers of the 8th Air Force droned slowly towards the target area, their glinting wings watched by thousands of expectant young Americans in their foxholes and tank turrets below, massed ready to move when the airmen had finished. "As we watched," wrote the war correspondent Andy Pyle, "there crept into our consciousness a realization that windrows of exploding bombs were easing back towards us, flight by flight, instead of gradually forward, as the plan called for. Then, horrified by the suspicion that these machines, high in the sky and completely detached from us, were aiming their bombs at the smoke line on the ground, and a gentle breeze was drifting the smoke line back over us. An indescribable kind of panic comes over you at such times. We stood tensed in muscle and frozen in intellect, watching each flight approach and pass over us, feeling trapped and completely helpless." Bradley had asked that the bombers attack east-west, out of the sun and parallel to the front on the Saint-Lô-Perrier road, to reduce the risk of short bombing, or creepback as the British called it. The airmen, for their own reasons, came in north-south. Despite desperate efforts by the ground troops to identify their positions with yellow panels and smoke markers, there was wild bombing by the 8th Air Force, with appalling consequences for the men below. "The ground was shaken and rocked as if by a great earthquake," said Lieutenant Colonel George Tuttle of the 30th Division. "The concussion, even underground, felt as if someone was beating you with a club." Ernie Pyle wrote of "that awful rush of wind, like the rattling of seeds in a dry gourd." Lieutenant Sidney Aiken of the 120th Infantry had stood with his men watching the bombers approach with comfortable satisfaction. "We thought, how gorgeous. Then it was, God damn it, they're coming for us again. My outfit was decimated, our anti-tank guns blown apart. I saw one of our truck drivers, Jesse Ivy, lying split down the middle. Captain Bell was buried in a crater with only his head visible. He suffocated before we could get him out." 111 Americans were killed, including Lieutenant General Leslie McNair, who had come forward to watch the attack, and 490 wounded. The entire command group of the 9th Division's 3rd/47th Infantry was wiped out. Maddened men were forcibly carried to the rear. Others merely ran blindly from the battlefield. Maimed men lay screaming for aid. Brigadier General William Harrison of the 30th Division rode savagely home that night. "When you read of all the great glamour of our flying friends, just remember that not all that glitters is gold." Harrison won a Distinguished Service Cross that day for his part in dragging men from their shock and paralysis, pulling together shattered units, and driving them forward to press on with the attack. He told the commanding officer of the 120th Infantry, "Colonel, the attack goes ahead as scheduled. Even if you have only 2 or 3 men, the attack is to be made." Aiken saw his regimental commander running from company to company, shouting, "You gotta get going, get going." Aiken said, "Half-heartedly we started to move." General Courtney Hodges, commander-designate of 1st Army, visited 30th Division's command post to meet its enraged commander, Hobbs, who was naturally upset by the air show. We're good soldiers, Courtney, I know, but there's absolutely no excuse at all. I wish I could show some of those air boys decorated with everything a man can be decorated with some of our casualty clearing stations. Amid the shambles created by the bombing of their own forward areas, 7th Corps' attack began hesitantly on the 25th, men moving slowly forward to discover to their dismay that the Panzerlehr division before them was battered but still unbroken. Some German troops had even moved rapidly forward to occupy ground evacuated by the Americans to provide an air safety zone, a technique they had also adopted on the 24th. Collins's troops were even more disheartened to meet fierce artillery fire, which they had confidently expected to find suppressed by the bombing. It was hard to believe that any living thing could be left alive in front of our positions, said Colonel Tuttle. However, on moving to enemy-held territory, our men ran into some determined resistance. Units found themselves entangled in protracted firefights against strongpoints and networks of foxholes held by the customary German mix of a handful of tanks, supporting infantry, and the inevitable 88mm guns. Bayerlein had personally ridden forward by motorcycle to the 901st Regiment, whose commander, Colonel von Hauser, was sitting in a cellar beneath an old stone tower. Von Hauser declared gloomily that his entire front line had been devastated, yet the survivors resisted with all their usual stubbornness. Colonel Hammond Burks of the 120th Infantry radioed to 30th Division that the going was very slow. The Boche had tanks dug in, hull down, and were shooting perhaps more artillery than they had ever previously used along any American sector. First Army's diary recorded bleakly, "This day, a day to remember for more than one reason, did not bring the breakthrough for which we had all hoped. There was no question but that the postponement of the attack from Monday to Tuesday, plus 2 successive days of bombing of our own troops, took the ginger out of several of the frontline elements." Yet even in these first encounters, General Collins found cause for encouragement. While the German positions were resisting fiercely, they did not appear to form a continuous belt of defenses. They could be outflanked, bypassed. In contrast to the meticulously prepared succession of defensive positions in depth with which the Germans on the Bourg-et-Bousse ridge met Goodwood, below the Saint-Lô-Perrier road on the 20th of July, they retained only a crust. This despite all the warning they had received of an impending American thrust. It was a tribute to the efforts of the British and Canadians that von Kluge's fears, as well as his principal forces, were still decisively fixed upon the eastern flank. That day, the 25th, the 2nd Canadian Corps launched a new attack towards Bourg-et-Bousse, which quickly broke down and was counterattacked by 9th SS Panzer. But faced with 2 heavy assaults, it was to the east that von Kluge chose to go himself that day to inspect the front. Against the 14 British and Canadian divisions, the Germans still deployed 14 of their own, including 6 Panzer. The Americans faced only 11 seriously weakened enemy divisions, 2 of them armored. The old Panzerlehr began the Cobra battle with a strength of just 2,200 men and 45 operational armored vehicles in the front line. Against this weary gathering of German battle groups and depleted infantry formations, the full weight of 15 American divisions would shortly be committed. Bayerlein was enraged to receive a visit from a staff officer of von Kluge, conveying the Field Marshal's order that the Saint-Lô-Perrier line must be held. Not a single man must leave his position. A battalion of SS Panthers was on its way to provide support. Bayerlein said flatly, "Out in front, everyone is holding out. Everyone. My grenadiers and my engineers and my tank crews, they're all holding their ground. Not a single man is leaving his post. They are lying silent in their foxholes, or they are dead. You may report to the Field Marshal that the Panzerlehr Division is annihilated." In keeping with the occasion, at that moment, a vast ammunition dump exploded nearby, hit by fighter bombers. Bayerlein's remarks were only slightly
Just
exaggerated.
surface combo, man. We don't
On the afternoon of
talk
the
about
25th, Collins learned enough about the vulnerability of the Germans to outflanking movements to risk giving the order to his mobile columns to start moving. By nightfall, elements of 1st Division were outside Marigny. The next morning, across the entire 7th Corps front, units began to shake free from engagements with the defenders of Panzerlehr and move fast across country, reporting that resistance was crumbling before them. The tank columns were slowed by the need for the rhinos to spend an average of 2.5 minutes cutting through each hedgerow. But delays of this order were trifling by comparison with the hours of sluggish progress under fire that had marked each battle in the bocage since D-Day. The entire offensive was rapidly gaining momentum. Pockets of resistance at crossroads halted the American tanks only for such time as it took the infantry to jump down and pour fire into them. Sergeant Hans Stober and his company of 17th SS Panzer Grenadiers had been ordered to hold their positions for 24 hours. But we found that American units in company strength had bypassed us. There was no choice but to order us to withdraw. So it was for thousands of German soldiers the length of the line. As darkness fell on the night of the 26th, the forceful Brigadier Maurice Rose of 2nd Armoured Combat Command A, the equivalent of a British brigade group, raced on. His men's progress had been dramatically rapid, a tribute to the careful training of his tank companies before the attack, alongside the foot soldiers of the 22nd Infantry. At 3 a.m. the next morning, they had reached the first objective of Cobra, a road junction north of Le Mesnil-Aimont. By noon on the 27th, 9th Division was also clear of all organized German resistance and moving fast. Since the rear areas were alive with German stragglers and retreating units, it proved essential to provide armored escorts for the American supply columns racing to follow the lead troops. Everywhere behind the front, they were now meeting the chaos of German defeat. Fleeing men and vehicles, enemy columns searching desperately for a route of escape.
Could mean anything.
Lieutenant Philip Reisler of 2nd Armoured was sitting dozing in the turret of his Sherman on a bend in a sunken road, his crew sleeping the sleep of utter exhaustion in the hull beneath him, when he heard an unfamiliar engine sound behind him and turned to see a German half-track driving fast in his direction. The soldiers inside it laughing, oblivious of the Americans. The vehicle smashed full tilt into the tank and stopped dead, its radiator hissing and steaming. The horrified German driver tore his gears in a desperate effort to reverse, while Reisler fumbled equally clumsily with his machine gun, simultaneously kicking his gunner into life. A German machine gunner began to fire wildly, and the half-track somehow swerved around the tank. Then the Americans slammed a 75mm at point-blank range into its rear. It slewed across the road and began to burn. Reisler's coaxial machine gun killed the crew as they leapt out of the flames. At that moment, a second half-track rounded the corner, steered around the tank, halted behind the flaming barricade, and received another 75mm shell, which blew most of its occupants alive into the road. One German walked in a daze to the Sherman and leaned against it, shaking his head. Reisler pressed the trigger of his pistol. To his dismay, nothing happened. The German, however, scrambled hastily up the bank into an orchard and infuriated the American by turning back and grinning before he walked unhurriedly away through the trees. 3 more Germans marched towards the tank, hands in the air. The tank crew chatted to them by the roadside. Reisler suggested to one that he should hide his wristwatch in his sock, or otherwise the MPs would surely take it. A few minutes later, Reisler's battalion commander walked down the road and took over the Sherman's radio. His own tank, he said, had been hit. From the orchard came a burst of submachine gun fire. The colonel seized a Thompson gun and emptied clip after clip into the trees, until, assuaged, he stepped down and walked forward to the wreck of his own tank with Reisler. The lieutenant peered down into the driver's seat and was appalled to find only the man's lower half remained. He looked upwards and saw the remainder of the body hanging obscenely from the telephone wires 20 feet above his head, one hand gently waving. The flank battalion of the 17th SS was wiped out by an air attack. The troops had been trained to lose a battle quite calmly, said one of its survivors, Sergeant Stober. We knew that the vital thing was to stick together, but we could see that the Americans had learnt how to break through, ignoring their flanks and pushing on to occupy crossroads and set up blocking positions so that our vehicles and heavy weapons could not get through. We lost vast quantities of materiel. On the 26th of July, 8th Corps joined the offensive on the right. Middleton felt compelled to use the 8th and 90th Divisions to lead his attack because their positions alone possessed clear paths in front through the floods and swamps. Both bitterly disappointed First Army by failing to gain ground. But the next morning, First Light revealed that the Germans in front of them had gone, compelled to pull back because of their crumbling left flank, leaving only immense minefields to delay the advance of 8th Corps. A sense of exhilaration, such as they had not known since Cherbourg, perhaps not matched since the 7th of June, was now overtaking the Americans as they dashed through villages which welcomed them with all the warmth of civilians whose homes and possessions and livestock had not been destroyed. This virtual road march was such as the American Army was designed for, Russell Widely has written. Especially the American armored divisions, appealing also to the passion for moving on that is so much a part of the American character and heritage. It brought out the best in the troops, their energy and mechanical resourcefulness. The infantry clung to the tank hulls and sat up in the trucks waving wildly to French emblems as they raced southwestwards, blackened German vehicles by the roadside, testifying to the achievement of the fighter bombers in clearing the roads ahead of them. Despite stiffening resistance east of Coutances on the 28th, that evening the CCB of Middleton's 4th Armoured swung up from the south to reach the town. The highlight of the day, recorded First Army's diary of the 29th, occurred when a considerable force of enemy tanks, vehicles, and guns were buckled up on the Rancé-Saint-Denis-le-Veytu by-highways by elements of the 2nd and 3rd Armored Divs, and was pounded to bits by armor, artillery, and aircraft. Lieutenant Eichen of the 120th Infantry said, "By now, we were expecting to push them all the way through to Germany. You might come to a hill line or a road junction and find a few tanks or 88s firing from it. But for all the rest of that week, it was just push and go." The Americans destroyed 2 tanks within minutes of encountering Lieutenant Fritz Langanker's platoon of 2nd SS Panzer. A third bogged in a ditch. Langanker's driver, Seeger, jumped down to fix a towing shackle to the heel of the cripple and was immediately wounded badly in the face by shell fragments. Shocked, the man staggered into the undergrowth and vanished from sight. A retreating tank met him and got him away to the rear. Langanker leapt from his turret to the empty driving position and steered the Panther himself until 2 hours later a new driver was found for him. They all knew that the front was crumbling. Verloren, lost, was a word they heard much of that week. Sergeant Helmut Gunther of 17th SS Panzer Grenadiers had returned from hospital in Le Mans on the 14th after being wounded in the abortive American offensive in early July. The reconnaissance battalion with which he served was already reduced to 2 understrength companies, which were merged and placed under his command. They were sent together with the Pioneer Battalion to defend a supposedly quiet sector of the front. On the 23rd to 24th, they heard the sound of fierce fighting on their right as a neighboring paratroop unit held off a local American attack. Then, although they themselves were not in the direct path of 7th Corps' assault, they were hastily ordered to fall back as the line around them cracked. We were marching back all the time. One morning, order to keep a road open, but we found that the Americans had already blocked it. The roads were crowded with American vehicles, and all that we could do was to take to the fields on foot. On the fourth day, by sheer coincidence, we ran into some of our own unit's vehicles and kept going by road, but we were losing stragglers all the time. Some of us later had letters from them, from America. Once, when we were moving to take up position, an army staff car stopped beside us. I saluted. The officer in it asked me where we were going. "Have you gone crazy?" he said. "The Americans are there already." Then drove on. In a ditch in a wood, we met 10 exhausted paratroopers who asked us for water. I suggested that they come with us, but they were reluctant. We moved off, and a while later heard shooting. One paratrooper caught up with us and told us that all the rest were dead. They had tried to surrender, but it was too difficult. We found a pig in a farm, killed it and cooked it. We took sheets from the farmhouse and laid them out on the table and prepared to eat. Suddenly a Luftwaffe man burst in shouting, "The Americans are right behind me." We grabbed the corners of the sheet with everything inside it, threw it in the back of a field car, and pulled out just as the first Sherman came in sight. Eventually, we met up with our battalion headquarters, who were expecting the enemy at any moment. From then on, I could not distinguish the days. I had seen the first retreat from Moscow, which was terrible enough, but at least units were still intact. Here, we had become a cluster of individuals. We were not a battle-worthy company any longer. All that we had going for us was that we knew each other very well. The offensive now entered a new and bloodier phase. As the American columns lay strung out over miles of unfamiliar country, German units began to fight with all their customary ferocity to escape entrapment. There were elements of 2nd SS Panzer, 17th SS Panzer Grenadiers, and the 353rd Infantry Division seeking to break free, while von Kluge was at last moving reinforcements west, 2nd Panzer and 116th Panzer, under the command of 47th Panzer Corps. A single self-propelled 88mm gun overran 2 American companies near Notre-Dame-de-Signy until Sergeant Robert Lotz of 41st Armored Infantry shot out its periscope, then closed in to kill its commander. A fierce counterattack was fought off by CCB of 2nd Armored and cost the Germans dearly when Quesada's fighter bombers were vectored onto the scene. Americans came across abandoned German vehicles whose occupants had decided to flee on foot. On the night of the 29th of July, elements of the 67th Armored Regiment and 41st Armored Infantry found themselves fighting for their lives against a column from 2nd SS Panzer and 17th SS, who smashed through their lines in the darkness near Saint-Denis-le-Gast. Most of the Germans eventually escaped, but they left behind 500 prisoners. Other elements of the same American units were attacked near Congreve the same night and fought for 6 hours. But now the commanders of First Army knew that they were dominating the battlefield and that the German assaults reflected the thrashings of desperate men rather than a genuine threat to the American front. Lieutenant Fritz Langanker of 2nd SS Panzer was ordered to rendezvous with a paratroop unit at a crossroads, which was to be held open until evening. He arrived to find no sign of the infantry, and was reinforced only by a single tank, that of his company commander. They camouflaged the Panthers and deployed to cover the road. Their engines were switched off as the first Sherman appeared, and although they struggled to hand-crank the turret, they were too slow. Their first round missed. While the American seemed to hesitate, Langanker roared hastily backwards, fired again, and hit. The Sherman's commander was still standing uncertainly upright in his turret when his tank caught fire. The 2nd Panther accounted for the next 2 Shermans. Mist, most unusual for the season, was drifting across the road. In its midst, Langanker was shocked to see Germans moving towards the Americans, with their hands up. These were the infantry he had expected to meet. They had taken their chance to finish the war. There was a lull in the action. American artillery fire began to fall around the orchard. and the Germans took it in turns to doze. Then a solitary Sherman raced headlong towards them, and its gun began to traverse to meet that of the Panther. The German fired first. The American tank commander leapt from his burning turret and ran for cover. The heat in the Panther was becoming intolerable, and sweat was pouring down the crew's faces. There was another pause. Then came a sudden, massive explosion against the hull, and they looked out to see the American infantry all around them. To their astonishment, the tank responded when they roared into reverse, but now they were clearly visible in the open, and a succession of American tank shells hit them. The driver shouted, "I can't see, the periscope's gone." Langanker pushed up his head and directed the driver further back. Another shell sprang open the turret welding, and they could see daylight through the steel. The crew bailed out, Langanker wrenching his neck as he jumped without removing his headset. They left their company commander still in his tank, working on a jammed gun, and ran away down the road towards the main German positions. They were in open country when a passing fighter bomber swooped upon them, and Langanker's gunner was killed by a cannon shell. Like all soldiers attacked by aircraft, they felt a passionate hatred for the pilot. If we had had a chance to get that man, there would have been another war crime. They walked on until they reached the headquarters of one of the division's Panzer Grenadier regiments, and were eventually provided with a repaired tank from the workshops in time for the Northdown counterattack. Corlett had been pressing Bradley for a role for his 19th Corps in the offensive. Now he gained his point.
Fight's gonna be up late.
say, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. However, it did not become powerful. It was emotional. And when you confront, when you go online with someone like Tariq, you have to make sure that because what he will do and what his support will do is classify the brother as a product of a single mother, emotional, and all that may be true over the pro-black to just highlight that he's emotional. Even though what he said was in fact true. In the beginning of the clip, Tariq Nasheed tried to pass this brother off as a white supremacist, just trolling. Because Tariq ain't the truth. What that brother said to Tariq was the truth. But again, there was nothing out. Like Tariq tried to do.
Oh yeah, I'm making a good news by watching it. You get so much money from these YouTube videos. You should make one on this guy. You should make Elvis the Alien Exposed. On my own YouTube. You need to find a way to shit talking videos. I don't care what video I have to figure out. I'm gonna try to make it something like what? Elvis the Alien Exposed. Hopefully people will watch it. You look at window? That's Elvis the Alien too. to really find something. He hates the crowd. All the comment section was saying. The sexual assault allegation? Hold on. Okay. 247 million. So this is his actual account. I really need to find a way to do something to this guy. Okay. So people don't like this guy actually. find something on him. Well, we don't have to listen to you. I can't find anything on this side. Literally can't find anything. Let's just run this the whole thing. Like, well, let's see his YouTube. Dude, this thing is so... Because he does good videos, apparently. Apparently he made an apology. Backlash from supporters. There's nothing I can find on this guy though. I mean, what can I find on this guy? People remember. I don't even want to watch this guy's stuff. I really want to find something on this dude. You can make shit up. Yeah, they're gonna see there. So there's really nothing. If there's really nothing I can find on him, then it's like, what the fuck do I do, dude? I'm just playing video games. the thing, though. I actually agree with what dude. It's not all about what you like. But I can get. Yeah, the other dude. I just want to give you guys. I just want to give you guys a little outline, a little advice. When you watch the Fresh and Fit podcast, please don't use their advice for real life interactions with women. Please don't do that. This channel, this YouTube channel, Fresh and Fit, it's primarily for entertainment. These YouTubers are grifters. They're not like out to try and help you or make your interactions with women more positive. No, they're not here for that. The only thing they're here for is to help themselves. And that's what they're here for. And that's how these guys are functioning as a YouTube channel. And if you think that fucking fresh and fit, fresh and fit, what kind of fucking YouTube channel name is that, man? That's stupid as fuck. But if you think fresh and fit really gives a fuck about your relationship with a certain woman, anyways, they have women on here that don't even represent the average woman. They have OnlyFans girls on here and girls that are prostitutes. So it's like, and the same old trope that they always had. Like they appeal to the red pill fan base. That's the audience they're appealing to. But I mean, look, man, like look, bro. These dudes, you see these two dudes, fresh and fit. They are not here to help anybody but themselves, and I think that's something that we can all agree with. I was watching this dude's video about the fresh and fit, and he's right. He's right. This guy's right. Agreed. Exactly. Exactly, dude. They only go with blanket statistics. They don't actually talk about the statistics. All right, let's play a clip and break it down. Which one do you guys want me to break down? 3 hour podcast just to say nothing. But yeah, let's go with this one. Here it is. Dude, you're just telling us what we want to hear, man. How are you helping anybody, bro? You're not helping anybody, man. We see the Patreon links right there. You know, patreon.com/freshfit. It's advertised everywhere. Patreon here. Let me highlight it for you guys so you guys can see everywhere that these motherfuckers have like advertised their Patreon. Over here, over here, it's over here too, but it's covered. Like, how many places are you guys gonna advertise your Patreon? Here, here, over here. Then they advertise the YouTube channel here. The YouTube play button's right there. Here is the other one. Then there's another one on the table. So this is a marketing scheme. This is they're trying to shove this down your throat. They don't want to help you. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's not be naive here. Let's not be naive here. They're trying to sell a product, and that product is what you guys need to. They're shoving that down your throats, and you guys are accepting that. Dude, it's the same old shit. Same old shit. Oh, when I go on a date, should the guy pay or the girl pay? Or how many dates should I have until we have sex? Or are you okay with a guy spending $300 on you and you not having sex with him? Do you feel bad? I mean, it's the same old questions that we've heard 1,000 times being asked on every single podcast. So he's just regurgitating the same old talking points, not really saying anything new, not just the same old shit, dude. Dude, same old questions. Let's go to another part of the debate. I want to get sex, and the byproduct is that she's getting anxiety. What the fuck are you talking about? These girls hide stripper. Same thing, guys. They're talking about the same thing 20 minutes later on. She doesn't want to sex with you. She doesn't want to sex with you. And then he's gonna say, and this bald-headed guy's gonna say, "Oh, what if I could call a girl right then and there? Well, that's my prerogative too, right?" I mean, it's so tired and boring, man. Like, it's seriously just the same old shit. Like, bro, you do realize, okay, let me break it down for you guys that are donating to Fresh and Fit and commenting and having all these other great points. The thing about Fresh and Fit is when you look at a solution, and that solution is not like, okay, we have a problem. The problem is that young men all around the world are frustrated because they can't seem to get the women that they want. But the thing is, if Fresh and Fit were to come up with a solution today, their YouTube channel would cease to exist because their primary reason for creating this YouTube channel was to give young men all around the world relationship advice. That's what the podcast is for. But if they found a solution to the problem, then the business plan, which is what they're following right now, it would collapse because the problem doesn't exist anymore. And what does that mean? Let me tell you guys what that means. That means that they're gonna keep perpetuating the problem and dragging it out so that they can keep making money off this YouTube channel that's pretty much dying anyways. Sooner or later, guys, like this is not gonna be a profitable venture for them. Right now, they're making quite a bit of money on YouTube. I'm a YouTuber. I can tell you how much money they're making here. Yeah, they're getting 100,000 views or more in every video, almost. That's good, and they have 400,000 subscribers. They're pretty new though. Like they haven't been around for like too long. I'm pretty sure only 66 million. That's not that great though, but not that high. But I mean, yeah, like how do they even get these women on there? I don't know. I don't watch these guys' videos. I could care less about their videos. They've been doing this for a while actually, but they never used to get anything at the beginning. It's pretty sad. They tried to do a fitness channel, and then that wasn't working out. The fitness channel wasn't going anywhere, so then they had to switch it up, dude. That's also not making it anywhere. 6,000 views. Come on, let's be real here. And then he had to switch it up and go for the dating coach. That one wasn't working out too well. 4,000, 3,000. They had to put some money up too for marketing. So one V League. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is so one?
What's up, guys? Mario Gates here.
Dude, how does he even get these chicks on his YouTube channel? I don't know. Probably pays them. Like you pay them and then they come up on the YouTube channel. That's how you do it. You pay them and then they agree to come. But yeah, they have to keep perpetuating the problem of like they basically appealing to a fan base of men that are not very successful with women, but they're never going to give you the solution because there is no solution. If a woman doesn't like you, she doesn't like you, man. There's nothing you can do about that, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, bro. Worrying about women all day is probably not going to get you the woman that you want. You probably are not going to be able to get her, so you should probably just move on with your life and accept that. That's probably the best. That's the best advice that no one will give you, because then that means that you're going to stop watching their YouTube videos and they're going to stop making money on YouTube. So, yeah, that's just how I feel, man. Fresh and Fit, they're not really trying to find solutions, man. They're perpetuating the problem. That's pretty much it. Now, peace. Yeah, but come on, man. Like, those motherfuckers ain't doing shit for you, man. It's just a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit, dude. It's not. It's not. It's really not that serious. These motherfuckers ain't helping nobody themselves. They're helping themselves, which is fine. But what's the fuck gonna start? was not gonna make them a full career though. Just that long. To me, that's stupid. What? I don't know. He makes cute. Like, I don't believe it though. Like, I really don't think that that's. I don't know. People are not the same as me, man. Like, we are so different. Maybe those should be somebody. Probably not that smart. Okay, how much views is this video going? Because I really hope he gets a lot more. Okay, 1,003. Okay, it's creeping up there. It's monetized, right? Some weird reason they don't even show the fucking prelims. Like, I like watching the prelims, you know? So it's like, okay. 1,000 views. It's not even a lot of views. It's hardly nothing. It's pretty much nothing, to be honest. But like, at least it's 1,000, right? Yeah, but without it, I probably wouldn't have got any. So it's like to keep. Even if I was there, nobody would be there. So it doesn't really matter. I don't care.
Doesn't Elon Musk hate Jeremy Clarkson? Because Jeremy Clarkson's like he seems kind of anti-electric because he's one of those guys who loves big noisy engine cars. James May electric car fail. No, I don't know how to find it. Oh, have you seen the new SpaceX rocket? Starship. No, I don't want to see a stupid guy's face. I want to see the rocket. SpaceX job. Massive cock. Elon has the biggest rocket compared to Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson. He's got a massive rocket compared to theirs. The size of Blue Origin, like miniature next to space station. What out? Damn, look at the engines on that rocket. Jesus. Who's designing this? Surely it's not Elon Musk, is it? Is it? What does Elon do? Is it his idea? Surely he's got like a whole army of engineers. It's not just Elon. Gets all the credit, doesn't it? Oh look, they're live now. 2K viewers. Massive. Well, they're doing it now. Are they? Never seen this rocket. It's just crazy that sending huge ships into space. It's a point like we're designing spaceships. It's just nuts. SpaceX. They got 560 million. I want to be a rocket engineer too. Is it true the Starship rocket is covered in solar panels? Is that true? If the whole thing is just powered by sun. Imagine if they could make electric rockets. So instead of burning fuel and using jet fuel, imagine they could use electric engines to do that. How would they think? So electric vehicles use electricity, batteries to spin the wheel, but you need an engine powered by electricity. But still, I'm not really impressed. I mean, look, the way we're launching rockets into space, it looks so unsophisticated.
The video's not gonna blow up though, I already know.
Looks like it's gonna explode it.
I already know it's not gonna.
When we get to the point where we're effortlessly sending
No
ships
one's
into
even
space,
following my
cool,
Instagram account. It's
it's
like kind of dying out.
then I'll be impressed.
What if I could like advertise it a lot more and you get something? Not even one. Not even one. It's like, the fuck do I do, dude? Shit.
This is steam-powered aeroplane. But if you can get a steam-powered rocket into space,
You might as well just fucking.
steam-powered's pretty cool.
She fighting again or? Wow. Well, maybe. She's gonna lose her next fight. She's fine.
How steam to go like 100 miles per hour. Oh, it's going.
I'm pretty sure. I actually think he was a flop though. Hold on, what was it again? He was PFL.
It was so fake. It was like CGI. Why can't they make it like Star Trek? Where it just takes off and then flies off into space? It's cool. It's cool. It's leaving. And guns must have to launch into space.
Dude, I need to watch that fight again. Yes, I have to watch it again. And review it. She got fucking exposed, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. That was bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. That is so fucking bullshit, dude. You think, you really tell